Every rule needs an exception. If there weren't the exception, there wouldn't be the rule either. This is a fundamental law of nature. In other words, no exceptions, no rules. Without love between same-sex people, exception, there would be no love between opposite-sex people, rule. Legislation, once upon a time. A single law of nature governed their lives, with one exception, error. But they forbade each other's mistakes by law, with the result that the mistakes and thus also the laws multiplied more and more. In the eye the blind spot there is the desire to brake when driving a car so as not to start up in the cornfield the randomly ripened grains of relativity principle light in relation to dark. Warm cold the degree is temperature. Remove the exception. Examples. 111. https://youtube.b/risflowsajds, t equals 22:33 samadhi minute 37. The solution becomes an even bigger problem than what it's trying to solve. What you're up against remains. 222. https://www.youtube.com/watch, v equals bnve7zw31 vq abstract parts, the more you reject it, the more you get it. 333. Hegel's dialectic explains Slavahic, substance is subject with being and nothing. There is an error in the first substance. https://u2.b/mh_k4vwpdk, t equals 613. 444. This error in the system is the basis of the preservation of everything that exists. https://physics.is/exception.pdf. 555. Trying to put it in order means chaos, with tat loss. https://u2.b/opfmkugi, t equals 1003. The pattern of infinity without something there would not even be nothing. The lowest common denominator, approximately. At page 2 the basic principle that is not nothing is undisputed, because otherwise we would not be here. Since we are here, there has never been absolutely nothing, because if there had ever been absolutely nothing, it would always have stayed that way, since absolutely nothing of course also contains no mechanism that could ever have changed this state. A something was therefore always there, because if this something had come into being, absolutely nothing would have been before and always stayed that way. But why has there never been absolutely nothing and then always stayed that way? Well, where would there have been absolutely nothing? Absolutely nothing has no space where this state could have been, because a space would be more than nothing. And when would there have been absolutely nothing? Of course, absolutely nothing does not include time either, because time would be more than nothing. Absolutely nothing has therefore never existed theoretically, because a theory would also be more than nothing. Absolutely nothing, an absence of everything, has therefore never been possible. A single, unintentional, meaning-free something was therefore always there, because in the timelessness before the Big Bang the moment was also eternity at the same time. Everything that was in the moment was also in eternity. This something is at the same time everything. The totality of everything that exists is based on this something. Without this something there would not even be nothing. Is something infinitely large and infinitely dense? No, because if it were, we would monitor it, but we don't. We observe everywhere, both the smallest and the largest, a mixture of something and nothing. So besides the something there is also a nothing. However, this nothing is not absolute, because it contains something as an error. By error is not meant wrong or defective, but an exception to the rule, an irregularity in regularity, an asymmetry in symmetry. The nothing equals infinitely many, equal, theoretical possibilities. A single possibility from the infinite number of theoretical possibilities has always existed in practice, namely a something. If no single possibility existed practically, no theoretical possibility would become practically possible either. A something was therefore always present in nothing as an exception, fault. Something and nothing are therefore the lowest common denominator. Smaller would be less than nothing, because without something there would not even be nothing, because nothing can only be relative to something and something only relative to nothing. The lowest common denominator, the duality, everything is dual, something/nothing, the complementarity, a something causes an error in the nothing and thereby determines the foundation of the basic principle, the defectiveness. The something cannot evade the basic principle it requires and is therefore also defective. Nothing carries a something as its opposite, something carries a nothing as its opposite. Both cause mutual complementarity. The duality as complementarity, the duality is complementary, roughly symbolized in the yin-yang, the nothing carries a something in itself, the something carries a nothing within itself. The something is the exception, error, in nothing, a nothing is the exception, error, in something. Whatever happens after the Big Bang will be flawed because its lowest common denominator is already flawed. That's why nothing can ever be perfect. Everything remains imperfect. From the smallest to the largest, everything is flawed. Approximately. At page 3 Nothing can be perfect. Simplified symbolism: you dig a hole in a field of snow and use the snow to build a snowman. The snowman is happy that he is standing in a flawless snow field. But then he sees the hole. In order to create a perfect world for himself, he begins to repair the hole. Since the snowman itself is the material he needs to fix the bug in the snowfield, he starts destroying himself. With the urge for perfection, suffering came into his world. Cause and effect: what happens next is then just a symptom. Before the snowman has destroyed itself, it will dig several holes and build small snowmen in order to preserve its kind. Then, when they grow up, they are happy that they are standing in a flawless snowfield, but then they see the holes. In order to create a perfect world for themselves, they start repairing the holes. Not all snowmen will self-destruct. Some will attack other snowmen to get the snow they need to improve their world. These will defend, organize, arm and go to war. Many snowmen will die because of this. They will establish religions and sanctify war to justify their dead, and this chain of events turns the entire snowfield into chaos with one exception. And all because the first snowman wanted the snowfield to be as perfect as it would be if he weren't there, and as a result the constant desire to improve became part of his life. He could design the entire snowfield, but he still wanted it to be perfect. This lasts until the first snowman realizes that nothing can be perfect. As will be seen later, the decrease in the order of the snowfield contrasts with the increase in order in the snowman's consciousness. To put it simply, the more the chaos in the snowfield increases, the more the snowman becomes aware that he cannot fix the original error. But more on that later. This system runs like a red thread through all areas of our existence. This symbolic story of the snowfield with its mistakes symbolizes a recurring system: decrease in order by correcting mistakes, increase in order in consciousness. In the further course of the text, one recognizes that the behavior of the snowman is universally symbolized and can be applied to everything, e.g., politics, economy, science, engineering and technology, administration, bureaucracy, religion, medicine, education, sports, finance, optimize and globalize, tradition, etc. And of course also, as will be shown on the last page, page 48, on the causal. Page 4. Nature has been playing the same game with us for almost forever. With us as human beings, as our predecessors and the predecessors of the predecessors and their predecessors. The following text brings to light the more detailed circumstances of why everything happened the way it did, expressed symbolically: who built the first snowman and why, how suffering came into this world of ours, why dying appears to us as reality, although life cannot go away, and that we can stop pretending to die when we realize that we cannot really be dead. The following text does not describe any processes, but only describes the principle according to which all processes behave approximately. Why do all processes behave roughly according to this principle? There is no other principle in the totality of our existence, there never has been and there can never be another. The processes listed are therefore only of a symbolic nature and only serve to make the principle visible. Important note: nothing can be error-free, not even the entire text. -1 exception in the following text is incorrect. If half minus an exception were not error-free, then the other half plus an exception could not be error-free. Wrong and right are mixed up. From a statement, 99% incorrect, 1% correct, to a statement, 1% incorrect, 99% correct, the entire text mixes smoothly. That's the basic principle. The description of this basic principle can only be based on the same principle, otherwise it could not describe the basic principle correctly. If error-free and erroneous were separated, one could delete the erroneous one. However, right and wrong are mixed up. If you delete what is wrong, you also delete the part that is right. This proportion would then be missing and falsify the overall picture. That's the principle now. Imprint Badhofer Ster Austria Badhofer.at Open copyright. The most fundamental of all natural laws is free. It belongs to everyone. Everyone can reproduce the entire work as often as they want, with one exception: no word may be torn out of its overall context. The Pattern of Infinity approximately. At Ster, May 1991. Last change 20/05/2018. Print version, badhofer.at/ausnahme.pdf 48 pages, A4. The entire text is summarized on 7 A4 pages at https://2google.com. Page 5. The Pattern of Infinity. The philosophy behind the physics. For as long as there have been people, there has been a common ritual in all peoples and cultures, namely the sacrificial ritual, the offering of a sacrifice. Be it grave goods, sacrifices, Lenten offerings, the sacrifice of a virgin in the sagas, etc. There have always been sacrificial rituals everywhere. Sacrifices were there to satisfy the elements, to appease the gods. There has never been a people or a culture that has not known and cultivated the ritual of sacrificial offerings. Now there have always been victims, and yet there are wars, revolutions, famines, earthquakes, natural disasters, diseases, plagues, accidents, fires, floods, tornadoes, etc. Are sacrifices ineffective? Here's a practical example. A farmer wants to make his field brighter for the coming year. He wants his field to produce a bountiful harvest. Now he tells himself, I'm making a very special sacrifice, I'm offering my gold diamond ring. He goes to the field and buries his ring in the ground. The field yields no harvest because it was the wrong sacrifice. Now the farmer thinks, maybe I made too small a sacrifice, my daughter is still a virgin, I'll sacrifice my daughter. The field doesn't bring any harvest again, because he made the wrong sacrifice again. And now the real sacrifice, because of last year's harvest, the farmer has grain for a whole year. However, he has to sacrifice part of this grain in the form of seed for the next harvest. He now takes this part, throws it into the field, the seed penetrates the earth and brings forth a new harvest. The part that the farmer has sown is lost for him. After a few months, when the new crop is already ripening, he cannot dig up the earth again and get the seed out. You can't, because the seed has passed away. This seed is lost to the farmer. After he has sacrificed the seed, the field gives him a harvest again, most of which he can use, a small part he has to sacrifice again for the next harvest. Why does the seed have to perish first in order to produce a harvest, and what is all this about sacrifice? Page 6. Why nothing can come about without sacrifice? Sacrificing is a bit like building a house on a piece of land. We are now digging a cellar, and with the material which we win, we build a house. To demonstrate the symbolism, let's assume that there is nothing else but the plot, so we are forced to extract the material for the house from the plot. Let's assume the plot is made of stones. Since the material we are going to extract is stones, it will be a stone house. If the lot was brick, it would be a brick house. If the lot were just a snow field, then the house would become a snow house, igloo. If the property is made of clay, it would become a clay house. In any case, the material of the house will always be a copy of the property. Now we leave the material aside and just assume the theoretical case that the plot is perfect. Since the house will definitely be a copy of the property, it will also be perfect. However, in order to build a house on the plot, we are forced to destroy the plot's perfection by digging a hole to extract material. Now the structure of the property has a fault. The property is no longer perfect, it's just perfect with one exception. When the house is finished, it will have the same structure as the lot, since it is definitely a replica of the lot, meaning it will only be perfect with one exception. It will also have an error, e.g. a broken roof tile, or a chipped tile, a damaged windowsill, a shadow on the facade paint, etc. What fault we shall have in the house, we cannot influence. It doesn't help if you plan for an error, the system makes its own errors. Theoretical structure cannot occur in nature, perfect plot with perfect house. Ubiquitous structure, with the sacrificed perfection, the flaw in the property is also in the house. Note on the graphic, the house is of course inside the property. Page 7. The ubiquitous structure. Now let's imagine the property is infinitely large and the house is not a house but the universe. The universe, although it seems limitless to us, is just a small area in an infinitely large plot. Later we will say the universe is just a failure in the nothing, or the exception in the vacuum. The nothing, the only that which can theoretically have infinite properties, we therefore also call it the unlimited vacuum, or the infinite, or simply the infinity. The whole, the universe, destroys the perfection of an infinitely large property. The unlimited vacuum is no longer perfect due to the presence of the universe, but only perfect with one exception. The nothing has a mistake, one of innumerable ubiquitous examples. A house destroys the structure of the property. The property is no longer perfect due to the presence of the house, but only perfect with one exception. The plot has a flaw throughout the universe. The infinite vacuum is no longer perfect, only perfect with one exception. It has an error. Just as a house destroys the originality of the property, the universe also destroys the originality of the vacuum. The universe causes an error. A mistake is the prerequisite for our existence. Just as a snowman causes a hole in the snow field. This primal error, as it arose, we will come to that later, also called exception or reference point in the following, is contained in the totality of everything that is present, from the smallest to the largest, at every moment and in all eternity. It's kind of like the knobs on a Lego brick. Whatever you build with Lego, whether it's a house, a car, an airplane, a ship, an atom, or a universe, the knobs will be in everything. You can build without seeing the knobs, but they're there. The structure of the Lego brick is present in everything that is built with it. Whatever structure one looks for in the microcosm or in the macrocosm, it is also found in our perceivable realm, for it is everywhere. Just as the Legoland contains knobs in all areas, the world in which we live contains errors in all areas, exceptions to the regularity. What kind of effects does this have on our daily life, and where does the universe come from, that can destroy the perfection of the infinitely large vacuum? Let's start from the beginning. Page 8. The nothing, any number of equal theoretical possibilities. A single possibility out of any number of theoretical possibilities also exists practically. See page 2. The something, if no single possibility existed practically, no one would be able to theorize the infinite number of theoretical possibilities. In theory, nothing would exist either. Without a something there would not even be nothing. There is then no answer to the question of what nothing is supposed to be at all, because there would be no one there who could ask and answer questions. Without a something there would be nothing that could be nothing. In the following we refer to any number of equal theoretical possibilities, the nothing, as the infinite, or, for the sake of simplicity, the infinity. The theory of nothing, the theory of infinity, the first and most important principle, the principle of relativity. Every uniform straight line movement is relative and can only relate to one reference point. Galileo Galilei, how the principle of relativity arose, we will come to that on the last page. Infinity can neither be related to a beginning nor to an end, we have no reference point for the infinite. A property of something infinite could actually not be defined at all if it weren't for the principle of relativity, which says, a movement can only relate to one reference point. Since infinity has no reference point, it cannot be referenced to anything, it cannot move since it can only move relative to a reference point, so let's establish a property: infinity is motionless. On the other hand, however, the infinite cannot just be motionless, since it can only be motionless with respect to a reference point, so we specify another property: the infinite moves. The infinite would have to be both moving and still at the same time. The missing reference point is the unmoved first mover. Note, instead of the word infinity you can also use the word eternity. Page 9. These are the first two qualities of infinity, of eternity. At first glance, one would have to say that these two properties cannot exist at the same time because they contradict each other. However, this contradiction is the first basis for the dual system, which will filter out after considering all properties of the. Without a reference point, everything is as well as dual. Infinity would therefore have to be both moving and still. Since we exist, one can take the other variant, namely that nothing is moving and nothing is still, exclude. If neither were anything to move, nor were anything to be motionless, we would not be there. Or is it? To be or not to be, that is the question. To be and not to be is the answer. Without a reference point, everything is both, and being and non-being alternate, comparable to a flashing light that lights up once, being, and then does not light up again, non-being, and then lights up again, etc. The process of this both events, being and non-being, lighting and non-lighting, appear to us as a beat, like a pendulum clock without hands. See also page 48, the being and non-being, on and off, is an endless impulse due to the lack of resistance, fluctuation, on, off, after the Big Bang. This beat appears to us as time. The beat gets a direction. The speed of the pulsation is symbolized mathematically: infinitely fast, 1, infinitely fast minus an error or an exception, whereby the error after the Big Bang changes by one exception, one error with each impulse. See page 48, the second principle, the Ur size. Since infinity cannot have a fixed size without a reference point, a specific size can also only exist relative to a reference size, e.g. a scale. It would have to be both infinitely small and infinitely large at the same time. Time, the same applies to time. Without a temporal reference point, e.g. a clock, it is not possible to assign the infinite to a specific time, which means, the infinite would have to exist in every moment as well as in all eternity. The infinite is small, big, fast, motionless, momentary and eternal. The infinite, the unlimited vacuum, the nothing, any number of equal theoretical possibilities, appears to us as unlimited speed in unlimited space in an unlimited time. This theory would not exist if it did not have an error. However, we will come to this error later. The second principle describes Einstein's space/time. A fault in space and time affects, bends, space/time. Page 10. The unmoved first mover, the infinity, the unlimited vacuum, the nothing, is without reference point at the same time, small, large, fast, motionless, momentary and eternal. Infinity as any number of equal theoretical possibilities. Only in the following state could infinity meet all of these criteria: due to the infinitely fast movement, the infinitely small is at the same time infinitely large. It's kind of like watching a TV, where a small dot moves as a big picture. As infinitely great, the infinite is motionless. Infinite cannot move, where should it go? In this capacity, infinity resides in every moment and in all eternity. Infinity as that, infinitely small, which is at the same time infinitely large, motionless, instantaneous, and eternal due to the infinitely fast movement. The missing reference point as creator of infinity, the missing as creator of the existing. If the missing reference point is the creator of infinite qualities, who then created the missing reference point? This question does not arise, because the non-existence characterizes him in the fact that he was not created. Approximately. At page 11. The singularity cannot be related to anything. She has no point of reference. There is no reference point, otherwise it would not be the singularity. The singularity both/and does not exist due to the lack of a reference point. Due to the lack of a reference point, the singularity carries within itself the duality, being/non-being. Being fluctuates with its own nothing. The duality, the missing reference point, as the creator of infinity. He forces his creature into duality. Without a reference point, everything appears dual. Infinity is dual. Because the duality is stepless, one can refine the symbolic representation. Infinity in its absolute perfection appears steplessly dual. Not the slightest mistake disturbs the perfect structure. For the time being, infinity appears to us as an absolutely error-free system. For the time being, infinity appears to us only as a perfect illusion. Only a reference point, a mistake, turns this illusion into reality. Page 12. The reference point. The third principle. Without a reference point, everything is as well as. The missing reference point forces infinity into duality. The duality in turn forces a real reference point as the dual counterpart to the missing reference point. The duality forces a real reference point as the dual counterpart to the missing reference point. That this forced reference point was always there, but without any perception, we will come to that on page 48. Now, where does this reference point come from? Of course, since everything is dual, the reference point can only come from duality and again can only stay in duality. That is, you select a part from one side of the duality and shift it to the other side of the duality. The exception becomes the reference point, the error on one side becomes the reference point on the other side. We now have a hole on the left, a flaw in the system. The system is now no longer perfect, but only perfect with one exception. This one exception in the perfection of duality becomes the point of reference for everything that is there. This exception is present in the totality of our existence in all areas. In the case of the snowman with the snow hole, the graphic symbolizes the snow field as a dual system, left, right, with the snowman on the left and the snow hole on the right side of duality. In the case of infinity, the graphic symbolizes infinite space as a dual system, the left point a black hole and the right point the universe. In the case of the farmer with the seed, one half symbolizes the past harvest and the whole symbolizes the sacrificed seed. The other half symbolizes the future harvest with the seed as a point of reference. Page 13. The invisible harmony. One takes a small part out of one side of duality and puts it back in on the other side of duality. This process is in the totality of our existence, from the smallest to the largest, present in every moment and in all eternity. You take out a piece of snow from one side of the snowfield and use it to build a snowman on the other side of the snowfield. The following are some of countless other examples. Hydropower, the different water levels as a dual system. A small part of the water, exception, flows from one side, higher water level, to the other side, lower water level. Sex, man and woman as a dual system. You slide a small part, exception, from one side, man, to the other side, woman. Fertilization, man and woman as a dual system. The semen, exception, flows from one side, male, to the other side, female. Soccer, the two halves of the game as a dual system. The ball, exception, is played from one side, own half of the field, to the other side, opponent's half of the field. Speeches, mouth and ear as a dual system. You take a small part of the entire vocabulary, exception, and pass it from one side, mouth, to the other side, ear. Wrong-way driver, road traffic as a dual system. You take a car out from one side of the street, exception, and put it back in the other side of the street. Wrong-way drivers arise due to this law of nature. Payment transactions, money as a dual system. You take part of the money from your own cash register, exception, and pay it into the other person's cash register. Genesis, and God took out a rib, exception, from one side, Adam, and put it in on the other side, Eve, as a reference point. Same sex, the love between man and woman as a dual system. You give an exception from one side to the other side. Love between man and woman is the rule, love between man and man, woman and woman, is the exception. The exception is the basis of everything that exists. Without love between same-sex people, there would be no love between opposite-sex people. Exchange particles, information comes from one side to the other. The whole world could not contain the books if all the examples were written down. Page 14 Chronology 1 2 3 4 The nothing, the unlimited vacuum, the infinity, the missing reference point, the duality. It is enforced by the missing reference point. Without a point of reference, everything is as well as. The point of reference, also called the primal impulse in the following, is enforced by duality as the dual counterpart of the missing reference point. Figures 1-4 could be roughly compared to Baron Munchausen, who pulled himself out of the swamp by his own bootstraps. The fact that we are there also makes the comparison real. The inequality of duality, there is no such thing as absolute equilibrium, as we shall see later, therefore fundamentally distinguishes this process from the comparison with Munchausen. 5 6 7 8 Of course, since everything is dual, the reference point can only come from and remain in duality. Since the duality is nearly stepless, this figure is more accurate. Infinitely dual is not only left-right or top-bottom, but also inside-outside. The reference point destroys absolute perfection. The infinite vacuum now has a bug. Basically, it is the case that a point of reference to which something is referred in order to determine properties must always be outside of that point. With one exception, the reference point as a whole can only be inside. Where else should it be? The whole is therefore itself an exception in its own system. In relation to the whole, that would mean, there is an exception for everything. The whole is itself one of these exceptions, holism. The whole is always an exception in its own system. Page 15 The primal impulse, or whatever you want to call the error in the unlimited vacuum, is the basis of everything that exists. A single impulse, symbolized by a relatively infinitely small dot, which, due to the lack of a reference point, what is it supposed to refer to in the infinite vacuum, appears to be relatively infinitely small, large, fast, motionless, instantaneous and eternal. Where does this relatively infinitely small point come from? On page 14, figures 3 and 4, we summarize, the missing reference point forces the infinite vacuum into duality. The duality in turn forces a dual counterpart to the missing reference point, a real reference point, precisely this relatively infinitely small point. We'll get to what that is exactly on the last page, page 48. The Big Bang. The relatively infinitely small moves at relatively infinite speed in the infinite vacuum and accidentally crosses its own self, the collision, the confrontation with oneself as the Big Bang. A part, exception, of the relatively infinitely fast speed slows down to below the speed of light and only appears as matter under C. The relatively infinite, the dark matter, now has a flaw, the matter. The Big Bang is a break on the relatively infinitely fast movement, cosmic inflation. The matter a slowed movement. Since the paths of the relatively infinitely small point, the black matter, are only relatively infinitely large, this coincidence had to happen once according to Murphy's law. We will come to this collision in more detail later, pages 46 plus 47, which is actually not a collision, but merely the perception of itself. According to Murphy's law, this coincidence had to happen at some point. Coincidence as the cause of everything caused. We will come to how the coincidence came about later. The system crosses its own self, the cross as a symbol of the encounter with itself. Let there be light. The speed of light as braked relatively infinite speed. The skid marks as light and sound, sparks and squeaks. Evolution as the refinement of sparks and squeaks. The collision, the confrontation with oneself as the Big Bang. Stop. Stop. Is there anyone? Am I not alone in the infinite vastness? The fear of the unknown, of one's own unrecognized, as the trigger of everything triggered, the fear of oneself as the trigger of everything triggered. Page 16 Chronology 1 2 3 4 5 The nothing, the unlimited vacuum, the infinity, the primal impulse, the exception in the nothing, the error in the vacuum, the Big Bang, the collision of the relatively limitless energy with itself, the absolutely infinitely small point, infinitely small, big, fast, motionless, Instantaneously and eternally we will come to what the pulsating and why it is only relatively infinitely small later. Without a reference point, the error in the vacuum appears as relatively limitless energy. Dark matter, some energy slows down to the speed of light and becomes matter, the universe, energy as a dual system with matter as an exception, the universal building block, the global Lego brick, the pattern of infinity, the dual system with one exception pervades the whole of our existence. From the smallest to the largest, in every moment and for all eternity, everything appears dual with one exception. The exception to one side of duality becomes the reference point on the other side of duality. There is nothing that does not behave according to this structure. In the totality of our existence there is only this one process, but this occurs in a relatively infinite number of variants. A theory is only confirmed when it can be repeated in the laboratory at any time. As a laboratory, we take agriculture, today's harvest and future harvest as a dual system. Take out a portion of this year's harvest, seed, as an exception and put it back in as a reference point for future harvest. The exception is the reference point of everything that is there. An example from physics: in a uniformly accelerated motion, the speed of the moment differs by one exception from the speed of the moment before, and this in turn differs by another exception of 2 moments before. Relative to the instant, the accelerated instant differs by one exception from the relatively still instant before. So acceleration is nothing more than a pulsing exception. The size of the exception is the reference point, scale, for the size of the acceleration. In a smooth linear motion, the location of the moment, relative to a reference point, differs from the location of the next moment by an exception, and so on. Everything that is there is dual and consists only of a series of exceptions or errors. The natural law of all natural laws consists only of duality and exceptions, as the following example shows, page 17. The exception in thermodynamics. In order to make the basics clear, we will formulate thermodynamic laws in a system-appropriate way. The first law: energy can neither be gained nor lost in a closed system. Formulated in a way that suits the system, it would now mean, you can always and everywhere gain and lose energy, with one exception: overall, you can neither gain nor lose energy. The whole is an exception in its own system. This formulation can be found everywhere in everyday life, since energy is gained and lost everywhere every day, just not in the totality. The principle is formulated system-friendly. The second law is a little different: every self-contained system strives for thermal equilibrium. We now formulate this main theorem in a somewhat more comprehensive manner: every system, whether open or closed, strives for thermal equilibrium. In an open system, the equilibrium remains unstable. This means that every system strives for thermal equilibrium, regardless of whether the equilibrium stabilizes or not. Whether a system can be called an open or a closed system depends on whether or not the limits of the system are reachable in the particular case. A farmer whose farm is so large that he can never grow it to the limit is said to have an open system. On page 14 we stated, there is an exception for everything. The whole is itself an exception in its own system. In order to formulate this principle for the system with one exception in a way that is appropriate for the system, it must read: every system strives for thermal equilibrium with one exception, namely the overall system. See page 14, the ensemble is itself an exception in its own system. On the next page we will see that this realization makes the question of whether one calls the ensemble an open or a closed system meaningless. Approximately. At page 18, the end of the world will not take place. The overall system is the exception in the striving for equilibrium. It does not strive for thermal equilibrium. The question of whether the overall system is an open or a closed system thus becomes meaningless. As a closed system it would stabilize thermal equilibrium, as an open system it would not. However, since as a whole system it does not strive for thermal equilibrium at all, the question of whether it is open or closed is irrelevant. If I don't aspire to pouring water into a container, the question of whether the container is tight or not does not even arise. To anticipate it straight away, the entire system does not strive for a universal thermal death, because the entire system is the exception, the error, in the attempt to achieve equilibrium. Individual worlds are striving for doom, but not striving for the total end of the world. The error in the vacuum cannot go under, the vacuum cannot remedy its error. Before something has gone under, it therefore arises somewhere in relatively infinite space with all its original properties, but with exactly the opposite sign. Where should it sink where? The whole does not strive for thermal equilibrium. Thermal equilibrium would be singular, which does not exist in the dual system of origin, vacuum, fault. The end of the world never happens. A theory is only confirmed when it can be repeated in a laboratory at any time. Equilibrium prevails when there are two sides of equal size. Two equally sized water glasses, one at 10 degrees, one at 90 degrees, would be in equilibrium at 50 degrees. However, it is different in the causal. Nothing is zero, the original impulse is one. Even if the original impulse appears as a relatively infinitely large illusion, information, it always remains one and is not divisible, only, as we will see later, can be broken down into its components, living and inanimate. One always remains one, even if it appears as a colorful variety. Therefore 0 and 1 are the smallest common denominator. The primal impulse can never come into balance with nothing. A simple experiment can be used to confirm that the system as a whole can never become balanced. However, not thermodynamically, because we cannot simulate an absolutely closed thermal system for an experiment. For an experiment we need two pressure vessels and try to create an absolute imbalance between the pressure vessels. Before we reach the absolute vacuum in a vessel, a fault forms in the vacuum, so that an absolute vacuum, a nothing, can never be achieved, but only absolutely with one exception, meaning we cannot create an absolute imbalance. It is no different the other way around. There is no such thing as absolute balance, because one side always differs from the other side by an error. Page 19. In other words, there is an exception for everything. The whole is always an exception in its own system. The striving for balance is inherent in all systems with one exception, namely the overall system. Open systems, such as our planetary system, we cannot close it off from infinite space, strive for equilibrium, thermal death, but can never achieve it, so our solar system will be reborn somewhere in infinite space before it is dead. The death and rebirth of individual solar systems are always synchronous. Even before our solar system suffers thermal death, it will be reborn somewhere in infinite space, together with our Earth and its life on it. The rebirth before death can be compared to the preservation of the human species. Before the old died, the new were born. In order to compare the human drive to preserve the species with the cosmic non-striving for overall balance, one can say, not only does the whole not strive for its death, but it is also irrevocably forced to continue in the existing way preserved, because the whole cannot correct its error. Leaving even one individual from our solar system, which is not possible anyway, would probably have fatal consequences. Because then life would give us what is unique in its entirety. Random life-friendly solar system appear as no longer a unit, because otherwise there is no other world. Unfortunately, we would believe that we are no longer a unit and would then strive for thermal equilibrium, because unlike matter, energy, our belief does not behave according to the laws of nature as they are, but as they appear to us as illusion, information. Since we as humans could accelerate this process in ourselves, we would probably immediately feel an irresistible compulsion to destroy all life with one exception. And then we have to wait again for the accidental impulse that tears the living and the lifeless out of their balance again, because all origin is only one, eternal minus impulse. Standing minus wave, only a theoretically existing nothing in nothing? A minus in the minus? A vacuum in a vacuum? A mistake in a mistake? Or just a coincidence within a coincidence? There is no final answer, see page 48, because this causes a never-ending continuous impulse as a dual counterpart. The original impulse appears as a continuous impulse. The periodic continuous impulse forced by the duality, nothing, lacks the negative impulse as an impulse for all times. Therefore no perpetuum mobile can arise. The total remains the exception. The negative momentum only exists in theory as a standing wave? Minus wave. Vacuum, in practice it manifests itself as a continuous pulse. Who came first, the vacuum or the endless impulse, energy? Both have always been there, however, they never noticed each other. See page 48, last page. Who came first, the hen or the egg? Both have always been there. Outside the egg, vacuum, inside the hen, error. See page 48, last page. Approximately. At page 20 light the wave trough differs from the wave crest by an error. Even if this error is almost infinitely small, it bends the light. A fault in the trough bends the light. Every system therefore only expands until it meets itself again. Gravitation inertial mass is an appearance of relatively infinite speed slowed down to light speed. It's a bit like stopping the flow of a river through a dam. The river gains mass, reservoir. The energy of unlimited speed appears as mass in break speed. Heavy mass, on the other hand, is a property of carrier mass and its urge to return to relatively infinite velocity in order to reunite as one. While mass appears inert by slowing down the relatively infinite speed to the speed of light, mass appears heavy by the urge to reverse this process, i.e. to accelerate all mass back to oneness. Put simply, the vacuum is pushing to reunite its error as one. Step by step, the small to something bigger, the bigger to something bigger, etc. until it's just one size again, namely the original one. However, the already conscious consciousness prevents this. The conscious can no longer be made unconscious. The origin can no longer be restored. The perception of oneself is irreversible. The mustard no longer goes back into the tube. The vacuum limits itself to the outside, in which it strives with almost unlimited speed to the center of its errors, because, see page 48, the unlimited vacuum only exists in theory without limits, in practice it only exists in a limited way. The inertial mass as well as the distance to each other gives the heavy mass the degree of acceleration in the direction of other heavy masses. We call this gravity. The dual system with its exception, the projection of the original impulse to almost an infinite number of projections, page 48, stands in contrast to the striving for reunification of the original impulse, gravitation. The center is an exception. Both remain forever outside of our perceptible range and are therefore not measurable without the help of a medium. One can only measure the behavior of a medium and draw conclusions from it. Magnetism is polar and therefore two-pole, the poles of which cancel each other out. The sum of magnetism is zero, but in duality the sum is always 1 or polarity strives for 0 while duality strives for 1. Since the sum of gravity is not 0 but 1, one can philosophically say, gravity is the urge to project everything back to the origin, 1. This page does not describe any properties of light and gravity, it merely describes that both light and gravity are dual with one exception. The error in the wave trough bends the light and in the gravitational waves it causes a certain direction like an elevator, which due to an error in the upward movement always moves one exception lower and takes everything with it to the ground, gravity. Why do light and gravity behave according to this system? There is no other system in the totality of our existence. Page 21. The pattern of infinity as an omnipresent structure. There is a structure in our existence which occurs so frequently that it is not perceived. True to the motto, if you stand in a forest, you can't see the forest for the trees. Actually, it is not correct that this regularity was never noticed, it was already there centuries ago without being aware of its meaning down to the last detail, symbolized in various ways. This law, which is also contained in the yin-yang symbol, is presented in summary. One divides the unlimited vacuum, symbolized by a circle, with the sign of an impulse into a dual system, takes out a part from one side, exception, and put it back in on the other side as a reference point. The dot on the left symbolizes the universe, the dot on the right is a black hole, the fault in the system. In the case of the snowman, the white dot symbolizes the snowman, the black hole the hole in the snow, the circle a dual snow field, left, right, top, bottom. An example from everyday life. Sleep is a mandatory part of the dual system with one exception, day and night, joy and sorrow, unconscious and conscious as a dual system. Half of the yin-yang symbolizes sleeping. When we sleep we unconsciously experience suffering. When we are awake, the lower left half of yin-yang, we consciously experience joy. With one exception, exception, of the suffering of sleeping is in waking. The black hole on the right now symbolizes the deep sleep phase, the white dot on the left symbolizes the suffering of being awake. Occidental mythology, accept my suffering is light. If you push this suffering away, it multiplies. See page 3, the conscious joy of being awake, with one exception, as the dual counterpart of the unconscious suffering during sleep. That's why we sleep. Without unconscious suffering in sleep, there is no conscious joy in wakefulness. From late risers to light sleepers, all intermediate levels are mandatory. Dreams, depending on whether they are nice dreams or nightmares, serve to fine-tune the system. This hole, the exception or the reference point, in the right part of the graphic is the cause of our struggle for existence with all its excesses. This hole calls for a regular victim. In Western mythology, the regular sacrifice is symbolized with, every day brings its own plague. Without this hole we would be in paradise, but unfortunately this hole is a prerequisite for our existence. Without this hole we would not exist at all. What is this damn black hole all about in further daily life? Page 22. The black hole, the exception in perfection. This error in the system is the basis for the preservation of everything that exists. If the error is not preserved, there is no existence. Mistakes are an inevitable part of our daily life. From the smallest to the largest, in every moment and in all eternity. The existence of a flaw in the universal system, see page 48, claims its victim. Whether we want it or not, if we don't let the system make its victims, it will make us its victims. It's like when the farmer doesn't give the field the right offering, seed, and the field gets its own offering. The farmer will starve next year and be buried in the field. If the farmer does not make the right sacrifice to the field will take the farmer as a sacrifice. Of course the farmer will not starve immediately, he will rob other farmers of their seed, they will defend themselves, arm themselves, organize and go to war. Many farmers will die. They will establish religions and sanctify war to justify the dead. But we know all this well enough from human history. Because we don't make the real sacrifice to the universal system, we must die. That's the only reason we die in the first place. If we only made the real sacrifice, the system wouldn't be able to get us. We die not because the universal system is evil, but because this system has no other option since it does not get the real sacrifice. Just as the field takes the farmer as a sacrifice not because it is cruel, but because the farmer didn't give it the right sacrifice. The field has no other choice. Approximately. At page 23. The pattern of infinity, which pervades everything from the smallest to the largest, demands its regular victim. When you make a workpiece, the victim is tolerance. In the hospitality industry the victim is shrinkage, when printing the printing devil, when slicing bread the crumbs, when eating the leftovers, when planing the shavings, when drying the lint, with medicines the side effects. In the case of digital transmission, 1:1 error-free, either the entire system crashes at least once or the error is passed on to the user. In sunshine the solar eclipse, when combing the hair in the brush, when optimizing production processes there are errors in the entire production series. In the automotive industry, perfecting production processes occasionally leads to recall campaigns for entire series. The more perfect the production processes become, the more primitive the errors that have to be corrected afterwards. The closer you get to perfection, the closer you get to chaos. Here is a symbolic example. If you were to invent a machine that could cut bread without losing a single crumb, the 1000th time you cut bread it would catch the whole loaf and crumble it completely. The sum of the crumbs remains constant. To get straight to the point, the legend in which a virgin is sacrificed to the dragon once a year has a deep background. However, the hero who then killed the dragon is just wishful thinking. No hero will ever be able to slay the dragon, the whole in duality. Here is an example from biology: each eye has a blind spot, exception. If this bug is removed, all vision is lost. Also, it is not necessary to sacrifice a maiden, gold rings, animals, plants, other objects, or anything else, or to perform any sacrificial rituals. The real sacrifice now. What is the real sacrifice to make to the universal system? If, in order to keep the cornfield circulating, you have to sacrifice a grain, then to keep life going you have to sacrifice a part of your life. This sacrifice must come from within ourselves and must remain within ourselves. Something comes from within us when it is done, personally, and it remains within ourselves when it is done in secret, so that no one can perceive it as a victim. These sacrifices are inconspicuous and yet the source of all life. What are the sacrifices that have to be made? Answer: the best must be sacrificed. Just as the farmer must sacrifice the best grains for seed, for he cannot take for seed bad grains from the harvest which are useless. No, he must take the best, the perfect, grains as seeds for future harvest. In Western mythology, a father's son is symbolized as the best, the most perfect, the perfection to be sacrificed. Since father and son are one like the snowman and the whole, the sacrifice can only come from within itself. When it comes to corn, the best are those grains that chance has best ripened, but what is the best in our lives? For a marathon runner the best thing is a marathon, for a fisherman the best thing is fishing, but if the marathon runner succumbs to a heart attack while running the marathon, then fishing would have been better for him. Conversely, if the fisherman dies from a fatty heart, it would have been better for him to walk. Page 24. What is the best from the perspective of life? Let's remember at the beginning, there was the missing reference point. This one wasn't created because it doesn't exist, then there was the duality. This is due to the lack of a reference point. And then there is the real reference point. It was enforced by duality as a counterpoint to the missing reference point, in which a randomly selected part migrated from one side of duality to the other side of duality. Why random? In the nearly stepless duality there was not the slightest clue what part of itself infinity could have sacrificed, therefore the selection of the primal sacrifice was random. It's a bit like taking out a grain of sand in the desert and putting it back in a meter further. In the absence of decision-making criteria, you just take any one somewhere. Consequently, the best sacrifice is the sacrifice that chance demands. We will come to that later, that chance only appears to us as coincidence, but is in fact an inscrutable law for us. How does this look in practice? First, you don't have to make a sacrifice. At the beginning there is the missing victim. This sacrifice does not exist because it is not made. Second, the lack of sacrifice forces duality. Third comes the real sacrifice. It is enforced by duality in opposition to the lack of sacrifice. The choice of the victim is decided by chance. They are quite banal things of everyday life, for some heavy, for some easy victims. From the victim with the highest quality and the lowest quantity almost steplessly to the victims with the lowest quality and the highest quantity, all victims are included. The real victims are the accidental victims. The sacrifices of everyday life that chance inflicts on us, these sacrifices are the crucial sacrifices. Only these victims intervene in the course of events. See page 48, chance as the first causer. The accidental sacrifice is like slicing bread. Chance decides which parts of the bread are sacrificed in the form of crumbs that fall on the floor. Even if you cut off part of the bread at the beginning and crumble it, you can't prevent chance from getting its crumbs. Page 25. From coincidence to fate. The chapter with chance and fate, pages 25-26, can at best only be taken note of for the time being. Only after basic knowledge of the ubiquitous structure, the pattern of infinity, and through long-term observation of coincidences and strokes of fate does the law become visible, but not changeable. In principle, coincidences are not really coincidences, with one exception, but a law that is inscrutable to us. They appear to us only as coincidences. To the one exception, the real coincidence. We have already discussed this real coincidence on page 15 under, chance is the cause of everything that is caused. In the following, only those coincidences are addressed that appear to us to be coincidences, but behave according to a law that is inscrutable to us. Of all these coincidences, only half are such coincidences, the other half is our destiny. Destiny differs from chance in that it initially appears as coincidence, but after closer inspection we can understand the regularity, since fate is nothing other than the dual counterpart of chance. Destiny is always the consequence of chance. If I happen to go up a mountain, then I have to go down it again. This means that fate is always the supplementary consequence of chance. Fate complements chance, so that the balance of the whole is restored. Destiny is something that cannot be influenced. If I don't go up a mountain by accident, but consciously, then going down the mountain is not my destiny, because I could influence it by not going up the mountain. If you leave the house early in the morning and walk around the whole day without a plan or goal, and then you sit at home again in the evening and add up all the directions you've taken, then the total is always 0. All paths therefore turn in the opposite direction so that the sum remains 0. The sum of everything is always 0, even if we don't perceive it. Half of all movements result from the other half of movements. With one exception, the whole is the exception. The sum of all is and always will be 1. Half of everything that appears to us to be accidental is in fact not an inscrutable law, but fate that can be seen through close observation. In duality, chance and destiny face each other. Coincidence and destiny face each other almost seamlessly. This means that in an action that consists of 4 parts, for example, part 1 and part 2 are not coincidence and then part 3 and part 4 become fate, but that the coincidence continuously decreases from part 1 to part 4 or fate continuously increasing. Page 26. Coincidence as the cradle of fate. In theory, coincidence to fate seems very banal. It is. However, life does not consist of a single event with 4 parts, but from many parts with very complex events. Chance strikes back and forth and gives us the strangest fates. This lasts until all coincidences that one has pushed away in the entirety of one's existence come true afterwards. It's like the past is correcting itself. It feels like falling into a black hole. But right from the start you can see a white dot at the end of the tunnel. Why does chance cause our destiny? Because we also owe our existence to chance. Our emergence was pure coincidence, the only real coincidence that has not subjected itself to any law. Page 15. Coincidence as the cause of everything that is caused. All other coincidences are only a consequence of the primal coincidence and have a balancing effect. That means, what the original coincidence caused, all other coincidences compensate for by a law that is inscrutable to us. Let's take the following symbolic example. Through chance put us into this world. Our existence as human beings is our destiny. As human beings we accidentally go up a mountain, going down again becomes our destiny. Therefore, both in the causal and in the individual, fate is always a consequence of chance. Coincidence becomes our destiny, both in its entirety and in its detail. That's why only the accidental sacrifices that life imposes on us are the decisive sacrifices. Only these victims intervene in the course of events. Conversely, it is very tedious. A self-determined victim only develops into fate by chance. Only accidental victims make us the image of infinity. The chapter with chance and destiny, pages 25-26, can at best only be taken note of for the time being. Only after basic knowledge of the ubiquitous structure, the pattern of infinity, and through long-term observation of coincidences and strokes of fate does the law become visible, but not changeable. Approximately. At page 27. The fatality of perfection without exception. Health. Once upon a time there were 2 people, let's symbolize them as Adam and Eve. They were healthy, with one exception. Once a month they got a whimral, symbolic illness, which disappeared again. One day they said to themselves, "It's not good that imperfection makes an exception once a month and gives us a squirrel, we don't want to make this sacrifice anymore, we'll build our own perfect, flawless structure." And they successfully used a medicinal herb against the whimral, with the result that the next generation got a Wimerl twice a month, a new Wimerl and the inherited Wimerl from the previous generation. The sum remains constant, but shifted in time. The next generation then used even more medicinal herbs, etc. This original sin then multiplied over time up to our current suffering and illnesses with all its countermeasures. The law of nature is always ahead by an exception, or we are always behind by an error. Meanwhile, the diseases are in the third world. When the cup is full, they come back. It follows from this, diseases, with one exception, are not a law of nature. Diseases arise or arose and multiply through the non-observance of the natural law of all natural laws. I can't get rid of the spirits I called. You can end the process by not treating the small, banal illnesses, the exceptions. Infinitely small is also infinitely large. See page 11, the smaller the untreated disease, the greater its success. Voluntarily and consciously stopping scratching when you feel itchy is probably the smallest consciously feasible non-treatment of an illness. The signals to his body to leave it in its original state, being healthy with one exception, namely the itching, stabilize the system. Only the treatment of inherited diseases will then continue, the process is reversed. The treatment of diseases then no longer creates new diseases, but reduces the existing ones. This can be roughly compared symbolically with a burst pipe. If you fix it, you still have to repair the damage caused by the burst pipe, but the damage will no longer increase. The damage history is reversed, the process moves back to its origin. It is no coincidence that people say to things they have overcome, "It doesn't bother me anymore." Energy. Once upon a time there were two people who were supplied with any energy they wanted. With one exception. Once a month they had to meet their own energy needs. One day they said to themselves, "It is a mistake that imperfection makes an exception once a month and does not provide us with any energy. We no longer want to make this sacrifice, we will build our own perfect, flawless structure." And they built a machine that covered their energy needs on that day, with the result that the next generation was denied the energy needs twice a month or twice the energy needs once a month, etc. That then changed over time, multiplied up to our current energy consumption and its replacement. Eternity keeps inexhaustible energy available, which we could only have inexhaustibly at our disposal according to the universal pattern, because there is also an exception in the first thermodynamic law. However, we leave this one exception untouched, because the system only expands further with constant energy density relative to the expanded system. Nothing would change. You can understand that in a laboratory at any time, see page 40, last paragraph, the foundation of energy conservation, the universe is the exception in the infinite, eternal vacuum without exception, no existence. A squirt is the exception in health. Without squirt, there is no health. Page 28 Mathematics. Mathematics does not tolerate errors, so it also deviates somewhat from reality. The basic formula would therefore be more real. 1x1 equals about 1, +/1 error. If I pour a liter of milk into a jug, I only have about a liter of milk in the jug. Only the mathematical designation, liter, is correct, the designated itself, the milk, is faulty. Tolerance, reality has a fault, the fault in the vacuum, almost infinitely small relative to infinity. It remains almost constant in the various dimensions. If I fill a sack with 1x100 potatoes, +/1 potato, the theory deviates from practice by a maximum of 1%, if I fill it with 1x1 potatoes, +/1 potato, the theory can be up to 100% of differ from practice. The smaller the dimension, the larger the error appears relative to the mathematical calculation. The more one penetrates into the microcosm, the greater the error appears. Due to the almost constant error in the system, areas can be calculated with different degrees of accuracy. In the micro range, the mathematical approximation is close to zero. Much seems to be coincidence, but it is not, because the micro range is calculated in the same way as the macro range, only with relatively larger appearing tolerances. These also allow the terms before, after to overlap, because nothing is error-free, not even time. the sequence of events. Due to the constant tolerance, the tolerance can be larger on a small scale than its unit, expressed symbolically, I am in 2 units at the finish, +/5 units. The sequence of events can then overlap, afterwards can also be before or simultaneously. However, this effect is only noticeable with objects that are moving away quickly, since the tolerance shifts to minus the closer you get to C. The sequence of events is then different from the point of view of a stationary observer than from the point of view of the moving object and can thus produce the most impossible constellations. Everything is relative with one exception, error. It's almost constant. Only by adding it increases, negligible in our perceptual range, it appears large in the small and small in the large. War. Once upon a time there were 2 people who lived in peace. With one exception, once a month they had a conflict with themselves that they had to resolve. One day they said to themselves, it is a mistake that the eternal structure makes an exception once a month and lets us have a conflict with ourselves. We no longer want to make this sacrifice, we project the conflict onto the other and resolve it there, with the result that the next generation had a double conflict, Cain and Abel, once a month. This then multiplied over time to today's local and global conflicts with all of its peace efforts. War is not a law of nature, war arises from disregarding the most fundamental of all laws of nature, the imperfection of itself, money. Once upon a time, and they always had enough money, with one exception, etc. Legislation, once upon a time. A single law of nature governed it life, with one exception, error. But by law they forbade each other's mistakes, with the result that the mistakes and with them the laws multiplied more and more. The instinct of self-preservation, you dig a hole in a field of snow and use the snow to build a snowman. The snowman is happy that he is standing in a flawless snow field. But then he sees the hole. In order to create a perfect world for himself, he begins to repair the hole. Since the snowman itself is the material he needs to fix the mistake in the snowfield, he starts destroying himself, etc. If you don't accept the first mistake, the sacrificed perfection, you start destroying yourself. Since life is indestructible, it seeks self-preservation through reproduction. The consequences of rejecting the error, the exception, are already described in Western mythology. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Page 29. The globalization of the sacrifices not made the war of cultures with the leaders of the great world religions. It is a bit like with a Christian son who did not want to sacrifice time for his little siblings. Once upon a time there was a mother, who said to her eldest son, "Go into town and bring milk for your little brothers and sisters." But the son didn't want to sacrifice any of his free time, so he just went out into the street and put up a plaque with the inscription, "I bring milk." His mother called out to him to hurry up with the milk, his siblings were hungry. So he went into a field and built a church with the inscription, "I am the milk bringer." And the people came to his church and he preached to them about bringing milk. In the distance he heard his mother screaming, "Where was the milk?" The siblings were very hungry. He then trained many people to be missionaries, told them to build churches all over the world with the inscription, "We are the milk bringers." And he adorned himself with the feathers of those who became members of his church and still brought milk to their brethren. And it so happened that the son, who in the meantime had himself celebrated as His Eminence, the most reverend and most holy of all milkmen, met 2 like-minded people, namely a son who should have brought milk for his Muslim brothers and sisters and a son who should have brought milk for his Jewish siblings should have brought milk. Disagreeing as to which of them was the only milkman sent by God, they began to fight each other. And it was evening and the war was raging. Then the father came home and asked where his children were and the mother answered him, "I sent your eldest son for milk for the children. He hasn't come back yet, and behold, my dear husband, your children are starving. What is the father to do with his worthy son now?" This story is a contribution to the topic. In 6 days God created the world, on the 7th he has to rest, exception. The sun will rise on the 8th day, but that will be another story. Page 30. The sacrificed perfection. Item 1. Why do you have to sacrifice your perfection? Because there is an error in the pattern of infinity, and therefore life is only preserved for us if this error is also contained in us, because only then are we an image of infinity. Point 2. Why does chance have to choose this error? Because in the pattern of infinity there is a mistake chosen by chance, and therefore only mistakes chosen by chance make us the image of infinity. Point 3. Why does coincidence always choose the best as a mistake? Because whichever part chance had chosen, it would have got the best of infinity, namely its absolute perfection, and therefore only chance got the best of us, namely our relative perfection. Point 4. Why does this error have to be in ourselves? Because the error is contained in infinity, and therefore we also only make our own errors into the image of infinity. Item 5. Why does one have to make this sacrifice in secret? Because infinity also made the sacrifice in secret. Who could have perceived it? After all, there is nothing but infinity, because infinite includes everything, and therefore also only makes a hidden sacrifice for us the image of infinity. A practical example of the symbolism of point 1 to 5.1 with the victim. It's about the same as with a circus director. Once upon a time there was a circus director who wanted to open a circus. He set the admission prices for the seats. The cheapest seats should be in the back row. The closer the rows got to the middle, the more expensive he fixed the tickets. The place in the middle should actually be the most expensive, for this place he will take the most. But wait, he said to himself, stupidly I have to sacrifice the best place for the artists, animals, and attractions. Unfortunately, I don't take any money for the best seat. I have to sacrifice the best seat. What would happen now if he hadn't sacrificed this seat? The first performance would be over in just a few minutes. Points 2 and 3. Now the ringmaster thinks, coincidence chose exactly the center as the best place. In this symbolic example, the architect who planned the circus tent symbolizes coincidence, but I'm not interested in what coincidence does. I determine that the best seat is not in the middle, but I say, the best seat is a seat in the 23rd row. Then he sacrifices his self-chosen place for the artists. What will happen now? Maybe he can still save a performance, but after this performance the circus died. Point 4. Now the ringmaster thinks, I'm rich, I'll hire someone to make the sacrifice for me. He now calls a theater manager and tells him, I'll pay you all the money I have if you sacrifice the best seat in your theater while I'm having my performance. Then what would happen? Even then the circus would not survive, because no amount of money in the world can buy the laws of nature. Point 5. Why does the ringmaster have to offer the sacrifice in secret? Because when the ringmaster sets the ticket prices, there aren't even any spectators to see that he's sacrificed the best seat for the performers. Only our sacrificed perfection makes us the image of God. Page 31. Religion. I am God. I am the only God. Besides me there is no other God. I am eternal, omnipresent, and omnipotent. As long as you do not recognize your imperfection, you are not my image. As long as you are not in my image, I will let you die. I am an uncompromising God. If you all become my image together, you will live with me. I am an eternal God. In my image I leave you the fruits of our creation. I am a selfless God. I only claim the sacrificed perfection, that's all I need. I'm just a structure, a pattern, a system, a superordinate principle. Nothing and no one can bend me, not even myself. So that you may become my image, I destroy the false gods for you, and everything hidden behind I bring to light. I am the truth. Only he who has the truth has me. With salvation, it's not like a puppet comes along and says, Tri-tra-tra-la-la, salvation is here. Good and evil. The flawed structure is good, the urge for perfection is evil. We are good with our mistakes, fixing them is evil. Evil multiplies when we not only do not want our mistakes to be in ourselves, but also interpret them into others and fight them there. Genesis, you may eat from all fruits, only from the tree in the middle, exception, you may not eat anything, otherwise you will die, because these fruits are you yourself. Related to the snowman, you can shape the whole snowfield, only leave this one flaw, the snow hole, in the middle of the snowfield, exception, untouched, otherwise you will die, for that flaw is yourself. If you fix this flaw, you fix yourself. Page 32. Can God create a stone that is so heavy that he cannot lift it himself? No, he cannot, because God is omnipotent. With one exception, God cannot create anything that robs him of his omnipotence. A stone too heavy for him would rob him of his omnipotence. A stone too heavy for him would rob God of his divinity. He would then no longer be God. God can do everything, with one exception, God cannot make himself not God. This is the only exception to omnipotence. The ubiquitous structure cannot make it not ubiquitous. The moral of the story, the exception is also contained in the omnipotence of God. Only through the error in God's omnipotence is God omnipotent. The moral of the story, there is no such thing as a mistake. You can check the defectiveness in a laboratory at any time and as often as you want. What is consciousness? Consciousness is the continuous impulse made conscious of itself. Before that, the continuous pulse was not aware of itself. The continuous impulse gradually makes itself aware. Since the continuous impulse is also only one as a consciousness, it cannot be divided and therefore cannot fathom itself. This is about the same as if you want to explore the function of the program with a 1 MB program on a PC that has a 1 MB hard disk. The program can only determine that there is a program on the hard disk but not how it works. Only if you could share the continuous impulse, then one half could explore what the other half is. Or, if there were two continuous pulses, one could explore what the other is. Consequently, the sustained impulse cannot become aware of the circumstances of its origin. So we will never know how the primal impulse came about. That remains the exception, the error, or the black hole in omniscience. Conclusion: the exception is also contained in omniscience. Omniscience cannot be perfect either. We have to sacrifice the desire to know where the error in nothing came from. With one exception, the primal impulse is perceived by duality as dual counterpart to the missing reference point. The more detailed circumstances about it remain hidden forever. Ignorance of the origin of the primal impulse is a mistake or the exception in wisdom. This exception remains forever the black hole in omniscience. The increasing disorder of the manifestation of the primal impulse causes, as a dual opposite, an increase in the order of consciousness. The error in consciousness, not knowing about the origin of the original impulse, however, sets a limit to the decreasing consciousness and thus, as a dual counterpart, also a limit to the increasing consciousness. This means, after no life form, no matter how intelligent it may become, can ever know how the primal impulse came about, no life form can ever dissolve the permanent impulse into nothing terms and dimensions. Why this world of ours has developed in this way and not otherwise, is due to the nature of the original impulse and was coincidence. He could have turned out very differently. Since we know nothing about the origin of the primal impulse and the primal coincidence is not subject to any law, we can only take note that it developed in this way and not differently. Page 33. The fear and the loneliness. Being afraid of being just an illusion, lonely and abandoned in the eternal vacuum, the exception in the absolute nothing, a mistake in the nothing. The being, just a mistake in nothing unrelated to anything. Due to the lack of a reference point, the being appears dual, from relatively infinitely small almost continuously to relatively infinitely large. A relatively perfect illusion. This is a bit like using a film projector to project an image onto a screen. A beautiful projection, a dream. Just a pity that there is no one to admire this dream. The idea of becoming human is born. As a human, it can admire its dream. Once you have experienced the pleasure of being able to admire yourself as a human being, the permanent impulse will no longer want to return to its lonely and alone original state. If it is no longer striving for its original state, why should it be striving for equilibrium? It would then only change from many small mistakes in nothing to one single big mistake in nothing, and nobody would be there again to experience themselves as unique, wonderful mistakes in nothing. Enlivening this world of ours with our very own mistakes, that is the only real worship. What has become conscious prevents the equilibrium of the continuous impulse from being reached again. We would either have to become conscious of everything that is not possible, because the original circumstances of the error in nothing always remain an exception in our consciousness, or everything would have to become unconscious again, which is also not possible, because something conscious can no longer become unconscious. Why did the continuous impulse through the Big Bang unfold in a dual way? Because the system of origin is dual, nothing, error. The duality has always been there as the vacuum and its error. In the causal, the dual opposite is also the exception. Why did the system create humans with the means of evolution, the ever-recurring life, further development, and death? The error in nothing, doomed to eternity, just wanted to experience the feeling of being able to die, and that in all variants and variations. Eternity wanted to feel dying. But wait a minute, what about eternity then? Everything is dual with one exception and only relatively limitless. Can't then eternity also only be relatively eternal? Approximately. At page 34 Beginning and end of eternity. Eternity is dual and has a beginning and an end. The question of what was before the beginning and what is after the end does not arise. Because first is the end, then the beginning, the end of unconscious eternity. Eternity was always there, but it didn't know it because it lacked the reference point, is at the same time the beginning of conscious eternity. In between is the exception, which gradually makes everything conscious. The exception turns an illusion into a reality, the duality of eternity with one exception, unconscious eternity, conscious eternity, in between the realization as an exception. Becoming conscious increases the disorder of all that is and reduces the disorder of consciousness. However, consciousness cannot be absolutely ordered. An exception, not knowing about the origin of the original impulse, sets the limit. There is therefore also a limit to disorder as the dual opposite of order, see also page 3, and this sequence of events transforms the snowfield into chaos with one exception, therefore our presence can neither perish nor in an absolutely disordered state. It is in both directions, both in the disordering of being and in the ordering of consciousness, set limits. Eternity is only relatively eternal, of course it is also reduced by the relative value. In this case the relative value is the time of realization. Before there was no time, after there will be no more time. Time is just a sequence of constantly repeating events in the most diverse dimensions. Once in one direction, then again in the other direction. A second is a circle. A minute is a larger circle made up of 60 smaller circles. An hour is a circle again, etc. The turning point of the times, the cycle of the stars, occurs in the various cycles. Some things are repeated after a day, some after a month, some after a year, some after 2000 years, etc. And before that everything turns into the opposite, before it repeats. After we become self-aware, there will continue to be a flow of events, but we will no longer feel it as time. In physical terms, eternity must have died once in its full range, one-off counter-impulse, in order to be eternal. Perpetual pulse. Only the one-time counter-impulse leads to the eternal continuous impulse. Everything always begins with the opposite, who ZB builds up, tower, must first build down, foundation, unless he builds the Tower of Babel. Page 35 The eternal being has accidentally perceived itself and recognizes itself as lonely and senseless irrelevance. The whole spectacle we call the universe unfolds to bring rich meaning to the insignificance of eternal being. Where do we come from? What are we doing here? Where are we going next? We were all born once and the struggle for life begins on the day of birth. For all. For some more, for some less, sometimes more and sometimes less. But he is there. Nobody can escape him. And so we fight our whole lives to one day lose this fight. This is the sad facade of life. Behind the facade it is exactly the opposite. We were never born. We've always been there, even in the eternity before the Big Bang, but we're not aware of it. We evolved to become self-aware. Only when we are fully aware of life do we always stay there. You can understand that in a lab at any time and as often as you want. Once information is there, it never goes away. When we have made ourselves conscious, the urge to develop further is satisfied for all time. The end of the past is then also the beginning of the future. As a point of reference, life in all its colorful diversity, people, animals, and plants. Every single life is an indispensable part of the whole unity of life. Nothing can be missing. Where should it go? When a life comes into being, the following unite: a seed, lowest quality, highest quantity, with an egg cell, highest quality, lowest quantity. A part of our brain appears to be almost dormant. This is the dormant archive of past memories. The eternal memory is called the Book of Life in Western mythology. This part intervenes timelessly. Because nothing can be irrevocably lost in the cycle of time. It can only be put into another state, in this case, the timeless state. This part also corrects events from days long past. It unconsciously pushes us into situations that we have judged others to have in the past, for as one consciously judges others, so unconsciously one judges oneself. Nothing can be irrevocably dead, with one exception, but we'll get to that later. Life is the relatively still reference point of the eternally lifeless rotary movement. Life is the exception, the error, of the original impulse. Just as the vacuum cannot correct its error, primal impulse, so the primordial impulse cannot correct its fault, life. In order to be able to get a rudimentary idea of what life is, the following comparison can be used. Life is a bit like a refrigerator. If you suck the heat out of the inside, it gets cold. If you extract the living from the cause, what remains is the lifeless. When I look at the starry sky in the evening, it always amazes me how much lifeless stuff is left to gain that little bit of life. Life is a single entity, almost infinitely dual, and has constantly divided throughout evolution, with both parts remaining exactly the same in the division, with one exception. Exactly the same again with the following divisions, with one exception. Page 36. Missing links in the dual system with one exception. The following comparison does not describe a biological process, but only the system according to which biological processes also behave, for there has never been any other system and there never can be any other. Simplified symbolism: the emergence of a species can be roughly compared to a Lego box with 100 green bricks. With half you build a green mannequin, the other half, comparable to the afterbirth, placenta, you discard. Next time you swap a green Lego brick for a blue one in the Lego box. Then you build a green man again with half of it, discarding the other half with the blue Lego brick. The next time you exchange a green Lego brick for a blue Lego brick in the Lego box, so that you already have two blue Lego bricks, with one half you build a green man again, and you discard the other half with the two blue Lego bricks. This is how you change a color in the Lego box step by step, until you have carried out the process 50 times, each time changing the Lego set by only one exception. The 51st time, after making 50 green men, you suddenly make blue ones. The multiplication of exceptions as the creator of diversity. Although the Lego set has only been changed by one exception at each step, there are no two colored figures, missing links. Exceptions prove the rule. The blue men, the newborn species in this evolutionary process, now create their own Lego set and start this game again from zero, correctly said, from one, just like all previous newly created green men with their Lego set from the beginning start after they have mined the blue bricks exception by exception, otherwise this species would become extinct. A species only becomes extinct when it no longer follows the dual system with one exception, that is, does not allow an exception or skips an exception. But then, in hindsight, it affects the entire species. Nothing can restore the natural pattern, the basic structure. This can be roughly compared to genetically modified foods, which, because of their flawlessness, displace natural foods, but lose their function as foods at the end of the chain, since chance as the first causer, see page 48, is excluded in their development and they therefore ultimately identify themselves as eliminate food and take on a function as a means of death. It can also be compared to a false doctor in disguise, who displaces all doctors present at the scene of the accident because of his disguise, but even then cannot help the accident victim. Genetic manipulation only works as long as it is within the scope of the exception. Even if the comparisons given are symbolized in an extremely simplified way, they give an idea of the complex system. Why for a long time almost only thinking has mutated and selected, see page 48. From human life as the life with the highest quality and the lowest quantity to the microorganisms with the lowest quality and the highest quantity, life is systematically graded, mandatory. The difference between consciousness and life is that consciousness is the self-conscious continuous impulse, while life is a primal impulse divided by duality into animate and inanimate. All properties that have separated were contained in the original impulse as a unit. Our life e.g. comes to life, life comes alive, when the embryo and the placenta are spatially separated. The origin is separated into living and inanimate. In Occidental mythology, the less precise point in time of the first breath is called page 37. The compulsion to die. Life and death are dual opposites. With the sacrifice one synchronizes life with the ubiquitous structure. From the sacrifice with the greatest quality and the smallest quantity to the sacrifices with the greatest quantity and the smallest quality, all sacrifices are imperative. Without this, we ourselves remain the victims of death and are at the mercy of the almost infinite duality, from infant death to old age, from individual accidents to global catastrophes, from suicide to genocide, from quick death to excruciating suffering. Dying forces itself on us, in waves, once more, once less, once earlier, then later again, and always in a circle so that it stays in balance, once this people, then that people, sometimes the others, then us, once you, then me again. Even if it doesn't give the impression in the respective time, eternity knows no injustice. Everything will eventually even out. There must be temporary injustices, but woe to those who cause them. That's how the system is. The process of becoming conscious continues with ever more highly developed life until a life form recognizes the error in the system and keeps it as a unique exception. This error gives life the same structure as the infinite pattern. One synchronizes with the infinite pattern. Relative to the ubiquitous structure, one no longer vibrates. This ends the fatigue. This ends the compulsion to evolve, because then everything stays alive with one exception, namely death. When dying ends, the universal memory that is fully stored within each of us, anyone could theoretically be resurrected within anyone, opens. Then everyone can remember what role he had intended for himself in the history of evolution and what became of it and what was the meaning of the actions carried out under inner compulsion, no matter how peculiar they were. Schopenhauer, one can do what one wants, but not want what one wants, and then everyone is back. Death was just an illusion. Multifunction evolution. Evolution as the refinement of sparks and squeaks, the raising of awareness of the unconscious, the multiplication of unity to an almost infinitely wide variety in order to be able to escape loneliness, and best of all, as eternal beings, evolution fills us also the only unattainable thing for us, namely being able to die. If only as a perfectly staged illusion. But long enough and intense enough to get fed up with constant suffering and dying, and having to start over and over again without access to one's already acquired and irrevocably stored experiences, and thereby come to the realization that immortality is a blessing and not a curse. Imagine we are eternity. We can do anything, nothing is impossible for us, with one exception, we cannot die. But now we are playing a spectacle with murder and manslaughter, wars, catastrophes, illnesses, suffering and dying, and can experience what it is like when one perishes. In this relatively short time compared to eternity, we learn more and more to understand that eternal existence is incomparably better than being able to die. Who is able to understand that he also understands everything inhuman up to the present day and all times before? Everything that we have done to ourselves and our environment, or what our environment has done to us, however inhuman it may have been, then appears in a different light. No matter how fascination the cruel, fascistic, and sad facets of death may have exercised for us eternal beings, we finally have more than enough of dying. The illusion of decay has served its purpose. Page 38. Chronology of emergence. Regarding nothing, our theory is limitless. The absolutely infinitely small point is absolutely infinitely large due to the absolutely infinitely large speed. The nothing exists only theoretically, but in practice the nothing has an error. The primal duality, nothing error or theory, practice. We will never know how this error came about, that remains the error in omniscience. Referring to the example on page 3, the snow field symbolizes nothing, the snowman symbolizes the error. The black hole symbolizes the causative one-time impulse. The error or the continuous impulse, the relatively infinitely small point, appears to us as a relatively infinitely large infinity due to the lack of a reference point. She sacrificed a part of herself for the universe. Now the universe has this error too. The process of becoming conscious, the exception in eternity, makes us aware of all this. 1 2 3 4 The nothing, the infinite vacuum, the infinity, the primal impulse, the exception in the nothing, the errors in the vacuum, the Big Bang, the collision of the relatively limitless energy with itself, the absolutely infinitely small point, which due to its infinite speed is infinite small, large, swift, motionless, instantaneous, and eternal. The relatively infinitesimal point that is relatively infinitesimal, large, fast, motionless, instantaneous, and eternal because of its relatively infinite velocity. Without a reference point, the error in the nothing appears as relatively limitless energy. Dark matter, a part of the energy, slows down to the speed of light and becomes matter, the universe, as on a large scale, so also on a small scale, 5 6 7 8 energy and matter as a dual system, an impulse of endless energy, seed, from one side merges with matter, ovum, from the other side. Life comes in all variants and variations, the variety is relatively limitless life as a pattern of infinity. Perfect with one exception, surrounded by eternal energy. Eternal energy as a product of the brake's speed. You can roughly compare this with a car engine, where by braking the rotational speed of the engine, energy is diverted to drive the wheels. Eternal velocity comes from the lack of a reference point of the continuous momentum. Due to the lack of a reference point in the vacuum, the permanent impulse, or what the process of becoming aware of it has made of it, does not lead to absolute dysentery. Braked perpetual motion equals perpetual energy. Page 39 The rotation, which was unbalanced by an exception, oscillates. We have three speed limits: the theoretically infinite speed of the vacuum, the relatively infinite speed of the error in the vacuum, and the speed of light slowed down by the Big Bang. The statement, "Nothing moves faster than light," is basically correct, but incomplete. Complete is, everything moves faster than light with one exception, the relevant movements. The primal impulse behaved like kinetic, symbolic, after the Big Bang and propagated impulsively with relatively infinite speed in only one direction, namely through the perception of itself in the direction of its perception, the birth of momentum conservation properties. The error in the trough relative to the crest curved the propagation into the shape of the universe we know. By breaking down to C, the impulse could be converted into other forms of energy and thus spread out in all directions, but only with C. The system in which we live can be roughly compared to a relatively infinitely large flywheel rotating at a relatively infinite speed. This wheel is dual, outside, inside. The Big Bang, the impact on yourself, moves a small part from inside itself to outside itself. The wheel becomes unbalanced. It starts vibrating. The vibration creates a sound, and in the center, bearing, it starts to glow. Light is created. The vibration causes everything. The energy comes from the brake's speed. The relatively infinite speed slows down to the speed of light due to the imbalance and thereby releases perpetual energy. The infinite pattern vibrates. Since everything that exists resonates, except our perfectionist thoughts, this vibration is immeasurable and therefore physically meaningless. Now what happens when our thoughts take on the same erroneous structure as the infinite pattern by keeping our very own errors? The same structure means the same vibration. The same swing causes relative stillness. Thought resonates with the vibration of the body. It's a bit like horseback riding, you follow the vibrations of the horse. The more synchronously the rider, thinking, and horse, body, move, the more they harmonize. The better the rider and horse harmonize, the less both tire. The more mind and body harmonize, the less both tire. The thoughts conserving its flaws resonate with the vibration of the flawed body. That means relative calm. As long as the thoughts do not vibrate with the heart, both vibrate. As long as you vibrate, you are constantly dissatisfied. Nothing can satisfy dissatisfaction except harmony between mind and body. If you vibrate at the same frequency in a vibrating system, you are calm relative to that system. You don't get tired when you're resting. Therein lies the secret of life and death. This universal process can be demonstrated with a simple experiment using an unbalanced, horizontally arranged flywheel, which has the infinite pattern, a hole and a ridge, and different thickness glass plates, which also have a hole and a ridge, roughly symbolize at any time. If you place the glass panes on the flywheel so that the bump and the hole fit together exactly, then nothing will break. If the glass plates do not have the same structure, it will vibrate. Depending on the thickness of the various glass panes, the glass panes will break sooner or later. The different glass plates symbolize the different lives. However, it requires a deep knowledge of the entire system in order to recognize the symbolism of the experiment as such. Page 40. Chronology of conservation. When the system shifts a part of itself from one side to the other, it is not actually sacrificing anything. Receive. With one exception, a sacrifice still achieves it sacrifices its flawless perfection. It's a bit like building a snowman on a snow-covered field. The snow is preserved, only the regularity of the snow field is destroyed. It's also a bit like building a sandcastle on a sandy beach early in the morning. Not a grain of sand is lost, only the regularity of the sandy beach is destroyed. Perfection has been destroyed, something new has emerged. 9, 10, 11. Perfection sacrificed comparable to an unbalanced flywheel. The eternal structure vibrates. 12, 13, 14. If you vibrate in a vibrating system with the same frequency, you are calm relative to this system. We will no longer be weary of life. Life never tires. Immortality. Same error equals same structure equals same frequency. Rest means no fatigue. Death remains an illusion of the past. The vision of eternity, being able to die, is only an illusion. The vacuum cannot correct its error, the original impulse. The inanimate cannot fix its mistake, life. When we realize we can't really be dead, we'll stop pretending to die. The meaning of life is to live with your own mistakes. Striving to fix your own mistakes is the most pointless thing in life. The foundation of energy conservation, the original impulse, energy, see page 48, is due to the lack of a reference point at the same time being and not being. Since the energy is also nothing, it is also all being. Energy cannot become more or less, since it is already everything and nothing. Exception: if nothing changes, everything also changes. However, the ratio of everything to nothing remains unchanged. The average energy density remains constant. You can do this in a laboratory at any time and as often as you want. The fluctuation changes with the size of the vacuum. Page 41. In our eyes we can roughly understand the entire process of the system. The system looks into nothing in search of itself. The eye of matter. 1. The white of our eyes symbolizes the nothing. 2. When you look in the mirror, you see a small point of light in the eye caused by the lighting. This point of light symbolizes the Big Bang. 3. The blue field symbolizes the relatively infinite space. 4. The black dot symbolizes the expanding universe. As long as it expands, the mean density would drop, it would get colder. However, in order for the average density to remain constant before zero, new celestial bodies must be born all the time. When we illuminate our eye, the black dot stops expanding depending on the intensity of the illumination. This means, if we bring light into the system, it stops expanding further. The maximum power we can illuminate the system with is the average value of the thinking part of the system, what we all think together, and the rest of the total, the non-thinking part. When our thoughts illuminate reality, the expansion of the system ends. In other words, when the thinking part of the whole finds itself, he brings light into the system. The expansion of the system stops. The whole expands, the system rotating at the speed of light, each revolution around an exception, error. If the system stops, it becomes quiet relative to us. When one is at rest relative to the light, it ceases to be visible. You can't find the stars in the sky, they only remain information for us, with one exception, that part of the information that we have made conscious of remains real. Consciousness cannot make the stars conscious, they remain information. The exact backgrounds of the starry sky remain in the dark as a mistake in omniscience. You can't find the stars in the sky. With the stars in the sky, it's a bit like the wind, which ceases to exist when you come to a standstill. Although it was actually felt during the ride and was so real that it assumed physical properties, it was only an illusion, for it loses its existence when one stops moving relative to the air. Where do the stars go when you can't find them anymore? To where the airstream comes when you stop. The limit of consciousness is in dual opposition to the limit of sustained impulse. When the limit of decreasing consciousness is reached, then the continuous impulse is also at its limit. Both borders are intertwined, see page 34, penultimate paragraph. This means that we keep perfecting our world until we realize that it cannot be broken, because everything was perfect from the beginning, except for the one exception. We keep waging war against ourselves until we realize that we can never win this war, because the system is always ahead of us by the one exception, one mistake. Page 42, Darwin's Frontier. The end of Eat and Be Eaten. Just as the snowfield on page 3 sacrificed a part of itself for the snowman, so infinity sacrificed a part of itself for the universe. Because of this, infinity also has this flaw and the universe also has this flaw. And we, as part of this system, also have this flaw in us. Such bad luck too. What is really bad, however, is that we are still trying to fix this error and thereby cancel our existence and thereby constantly multiply. To realize that this error is unrecoverable, we need to get smarter. The process of evolving, procreating, and dying gradually evolves our intelligence more and more until we are intelligent enough to realize that this mistake is irreparable. Then the cycle of life and death ends. Immortality was always real. In other words, our presence creates a fault in the structure of the system. We, as part of the system, also have this error within us. If we start to get our own mistakes, the system also starts to get its own mistakes, namely us, because we are the thinking part of the system and it is one and the same mistake. The game of life, we win it together, we lose it together. The game of life does not lead to death. It's like playing chess, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Whoever wins often becomes lax and reduces. Whoever loses often becomes ambitious and builds up. This is how winning and losing alternate. You can play endlessly. Only those who do not follow the rules of the game will be excluded from the game. If you move the rook diagonally when playing chess, you will be expelled from the game. It's the same with life, only if we don't play by the rules are we excluded from life. There is only one rule of the game, nothing should be perfect. As long as we do not stick to this rule of the game, we will be expelled from life. We die. One for all for one. All the achievements of this world have always been regularly and systematically misused by individuals or entire organizations. The realization that not fixing our own mistakes raises us above death cannot be abused, hence the last principle until all their mistakes are preserved, no one will live. Either all, or nobody. One exception confirms this principle. Page 43. What does the universe have to do with us? In order to get a picture of the universe, you need a something. That something, whatever that might be, is divided into two parts, black and white. White symbolizes life, black the lifeless. You now take the black, the lifeless, and mix in a drop of white, life. You paint that on a canvas. Then you take some white, life, and mix in a drop of black, lifeless. This creates a white dot on the screen. Even if the whole inanimate is permeated by life, it can only become conscious at one point, namely at the point where life concentrates, white point. Oh, and don't forget to cut a small hole in the canvas. The whole symbolizes the mysterious something that was used to paint the canvas. The picture is ready. You can actually leave out the canvas, the picture is painted on nothing. The image in nothing now answers the question of what the universe has to do with us. We are the universe. One question remains unanswered: who are we? We, this mysterious something, which we become one, inflated the universe. That will forever remain a secret. Unfortunately, we cannot look into the last window. We are eternal, omnipresent, but not omnipotent. Only our faultiness, our imperfection, is omnipotent. The imperfection is so powerful that one can also call it God if one really wants to use the term God, although this term has been littered beyond recognition by religions and ideological groups. Imperfection reigns supreme, always and everywhere. Nothing can bend them. She ensures that nothing is error-free. This has a causal reason, see page 48, the longing that feelings of imperfection in life. Nothing was often described, nothing was often sung about. Hardly any other song summed up the longing and the feeling of imperfection in fewer words than the song by Rocco Granata, Buona notte. Everything you want, you can't have it, you will always carry longing in your heart. The most recent conclusion of wisdom: we will never get rid of the longing for more and more, even if we drive evolution to infinity. We should therefore end evolution consciously and purposefully. Consciously and purposefully ending as a complementarity from the random, unconscious beginning. Whether evolution, the refinement of sparks and squeaks, is a good or bad thing can be compared to drinking beer. Everything is good up to a certain point, then it catches of getting worse and worse. Evolution can also be compared to a shell that has caught a bug, grain of sand. She cannot fix her mistake, but she can make something great, a pearl, out of it. But only up to a certain size. Beyond that, the pearl would become a problem. Page 44. Illusion and reality. The error in the vacuum is reality, its almost infinitely varied appearance is an illusion. However, every single detail of the illusion is reality relative to all other details. Mathematically symbolized, let's assume that reality is plus, illusion is minus. Unity is reality, i.e. plus, diversity is illusion, i.e. minus. From the point of view of unity, diversity is an illusion, unity, plus, times diversity, minus, equals illusion, minus. But one illusion is reality from the point of view of the other illusion, minus x minus equals plus. It's kind of like when a normal meets three idiots. Relative to normal, the three idiots are dumb, but each idiot is normal relative to the other idiots. Diversity is reality with one exception: only from the point of view of unity is diversity an illusion. It's the same the other way around: unity is reality with one exception: for diversity, unity is just an illusion. Our reality is diverse and yet one, we are many and yet one, we are everything ourselves. Wherever we turn, we only ever see ourselves. Therefore, you are inexcusable, human, whoever you are, when you judge, because in what you judge the other, in that you judge yourself, because you, the judge, ultimately everything are yourself. Wherever we look, we see only ourselves. The Big Bang as we have described it is not actually a collision with itself, but merely the perception of itself. Just as behavior changes measurably at the quantum level through observation, so it also happened at the causal level. In our perceptual realm this is happening all the time, both physically and psychologically, but as part of our daily lives we are not aware of it. 1. In the dual system with its exceptions. 0. The vacuum. 1. The error in the vacuum. 2. The dual system, vacuum/error, or also, vacuum/exception. 3. The dual system with one exception. Digital systems are also built according to this system, binary code. We symbolically divide the hard drive of a computer into a dual system, 111, 111, 11110 billion, dual system. You take a 1 out of one side and put it on the other side to the zeros 1111111111000, 010, 0 0 0 0, then you take another 1 out of one side and put it back in with the zeros 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 0 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 1 0 0 0 and so on, each program according to the same system. Step by step, only one exception at a time. There is no other system in the totality of our existence. Page 45. In the following we refer to the vacuum as 0 and its error as 1. The vacuum inflated 1. I am in you and you are in me. In the vacuum, 0, there is an error, 1, and in the 1 there is an error, a vacuum, 0. Living pervades all inanimate, inanimate pervades all living, holistic, all existence is just vacuum permeated 1. Just as the 1 in the vacuum does not destroy the vacuum until an exception, namely the perfection of the vacuum, is destroyed, so the intrusion of the vacuum into the 1 cannot destroy the 1, but only causes the 1 to become aware, comparable to a zipped software that only gets its intelligence when you unzip it, and as a conscious 1 can make itself aware of the vacuum in which it is located, but not destroy it. When made conscious, the vacuum is then no longer an illusion, but reality. The universe as an unintentional impulse in the unlimited vacuum, which unzips with vacuum into a gigantic thought. A self-realizing idea, page 48, a heart forms a brain to not only recognize that it is beating, but also to recognize why it is beating. In early history it was believed that everything is a battle of the elements and stars, and so they were considered gods. Later it was believed that everything is a battle between good and evil were classified into different religions. In modern times, it was believed that everything was a battle between light and shadow, and science was pushed. However, everything is a struggle between 0 and 1. Everything is just a matter of the opposites between, the vacuum, 0, nothing, and its error, 1, everything, in the joint inside of 0 and 1, each other not being able to get rid of the world, having to live with opposites, being completes itself. There is an exception to everything, save one. Eternity is immune to abuse without exception. This without exception is the exception of our world of exceptions. Everything always roughly evens out at some point. The Third World War. The Third World War is the joint war of all, for a world view compatible with the infinite pattern. Even if the last of all wars claims no casualties, it will go down in eternity as the most terrible. The beginning is already certain, it is the day when the thought skips. The end of World War III corresponds to a providence, no stone in our world of thoughts can have remained on top of the other. Page 46. And there was a Big Bang. Causality is the strongest argument against the Big Bang theory. The Big Bang must have had a cause. This cause was in turn caused by a cause, which in turn, and again, etc. The causal principle dictates that. Or not. Can there be an effect without a cause in the causal principle that still does not violate the principle of causality? Infinite Monkey, version 2. A monkey has a typewriter with an infinite number of keys n, 0, but one key among the infinite number of keys is the key U, Big Bang, and so he sits at his typewriter and types random keys. He keeps typing different ns. It is almost impossible that he would ever type the U key. The U key, randomly pressing a key among an infinite number of n keys, is almost impossible. You can completely forget that. And so he keeps typing n keys for an eternity. And yet something happens at some point that had to happen once when the probability that it can happen is greater than 0. He presses the U key, Big Bang, and everyone was wondering where the cause of the Big Bang came from. The cause didn't come from anywhere, it was always there. The Big Bang carried the cause with it, it was just never active. Chance has activated the cause. And who then activated the coincidence? Nobody activated randomness, it was active every time an n key was pressed, because the monkey always pressed the keys randomly. And where did the monkey come from with his typewriter? It didn't come from anywhere, because it doesn't exist. He just symbolizes chance. Coincidence caused the Big Bang. Coincidence itself had no cause. He was always there and always active, with every accidental keystroke. The something in nothing. Point 1, that nothing is undisputed. Otherwise we wouldn't be here. If there had ever been absolutely nothing, it would always have stayed that way. So there is a something symbolized by a particle. This particle must always have been there, otherwise one could not derive any law of conservation of energy from it. What is this particle? You can't relate it to anything. One has no point of reference, there is nothing else there to which one could refer. According to the principle of relativity, without a reference point, the particle is either there or not, it fluctuates. Point 2. But if the particle is both there and not there, then it also contradicts the law of conservation of energy. Because when it's there, there's energy, when it's not there, there's no energy. That cannot be. Consequently, at the same time as the particle there is also an antiparticle. The sum of both particles is zero and therefore does not contradict the law of conservation of energy. Particles and antiparticles fluctuate simultaneously. They are there and not there at the same time. The total is always zero whether they are present or not. Point 3. The sum of everything is zero. Particles and antiparticles therefore fluctuate simultaneously. If the particle were there before the antiparticle, the sum would not be zero for that moment. Both particles therefore fluctuate simultaneously. The simultaneity of the particles causes a disorientation of the two particles to each other. If the particle were there earlier, the antiparticle could orientate itself via the location of the particle. Orientation is not possible if they appear at the same time. Particles and antiparticles fluctuate at different points due to their mutual disorientation. The endless possibilities mean that both can never fluctuate close enough to perceive each other. They are too unlikely to fluctuate in the same place out of infinite possibilities. That's why they don't know anything about each other. Page 47.4, in the nothing, any number, equal, theoretical possibilities, they not only fluctuate mutually at different places with every fluctuation, but also at different places with every fluctuation, because there is no reference point, reference system, or coordinate system to which they could orient themselves. From eternity to eternity particles and antiparticles therefore fluctuate somewhere in nothing, both at different places and also each one has fluctuations at different places. They don't know anything about each other. It is too unlikely that they could ever meet. With an infinite number of possibilities, this can almost be ruled out. Point 5. And yet something happens at some point that has to happen once when the probability that it can happen is greater than zero. Despite the endless possibilities, the impossible happens. Particles and antiparticles fluctuate next to each other and thus perceive each other, interaction. We know from the double-slit experiment that an interaction changes the situation. The interaction in the perception of the particles breaks their symmetry. Particles and antiparticles are no longer symmetrical. Asymmetrically, they can no longer cancel each other out. You can no longer fluctuate back into nothing. There's no turning back. From now on it goes forward, because at the beat back into nothing, particles and antiparticles can no longer cancel each other out due to the broken symmetry. The beat gets a direction. Particles and antiparticles begin to project more and more into nothing with each beat. They can now use their own projection for orientation. From now on they are their own reference system, from which they will project themselves as the whole universe. Bar by bar and just as they have always been, opposite, little angel and little devil, but perhaps the particles are not particles, but charges? +/who immediately dress each time they appear, however, the beat is not enough to collide. Before they can collide, they disappear again. But once they are close enough that it takes just one beat to collide at relatively infinite speed. The relatively infinite speed slows down to the speed of light. The released kinetic energy of the collision as energy for the resulting universe. Anyway, there is no final answer, see page 48. A something with a rest mass greater than zero moves with infinitely high speed relative to its stationary reference point and carries with it infinitely high energy in the collision. Since you don't need infinitely high energy for the creation of the universe, this something doesn't need to move at infinitely high speed, it can't move at all, but only almost infinitely fast. Animation on approximate at /urbang.gif, 9 seconds, page 48. Actually, everything is quite banal. The unlimited vacuum, nothing, see page 8, has a flaw, a single, disoriented impulse, see page 46 plus 47, which in the vacuum finds no resistance to end. The vacuum has nothing to oppose this impulse to end it. The vacuum cannot fix its mistake. Even the impulse itself cannot end itself due to a lack of interaction. You can understand this in a laboratory at any time. Vacuum fluctuation, the unlimited vacuum is a purely philosophical term, any number, equal, theoretical possibilities. One can therefore assign absolutely infinite properties to it, from zero, nothing, to infinity, everything. However, the error in the vacuum is actually present and can therefore only have relative properties. Disoriented, there are no coordinates in nothing. Particles and antiparticles fluctuate at the same time, but at different places, they know nothing about each other. At some point, something happened by chance that, according to Murphy's law, had to happen at some point. Particles and antiparticles fluctuate randomly at approximately the same point and perceive each other, coincidence as the first causer. Their mutual perception, interaction, breaks their symmetry. Asymmetrically, particles and antiparticles no longer cancel each other out. The impulse can no longer go back to nothing. From now on things are moving forward. The timeless beat, to be/not to be, gets a direction. The time begins. The impulse perceives itself. He recognizes that he is, but does not recognize what he is. In search of the lost symmetry, the primordial impulse fractally projects itself as a primordial pattern, vacuum/error, to a relatively infinite number of asymmetric fractals, with each fractal changing by at least one exception, one error, relative to all other fractals up to a structure of thought, intelligence, the last step. As intelligence, the primal impulse strives for the completion of this development. As intelligence, we can recognize ourselves as a primal impulse, as eternally existing, never-ending energy. As intelligence we also have the possibility not only to recognize that we are, but also to recognize what we are, a very banal error in the vacuum that was always there, but had never noticed. However, the symmetry remains broken. There's no going back to nothing. A single, purposeless, meaningless impulse is real. Through the perception of oneself, the impulse projects itself into relatively infinitely diverse, meaningful, multidimensional information, illusions, but each illusion is real relative to all other illusions. From this follows, everything is real, with one exception, relative to the original impulse, everything is only information. The reverse is the same. In our reality, the original impulse is just information, with one exception, the original impulse is real as our heartbeat. If the vacuum could sing about its mistake, it could use a text by Andre Heller, like my heartbeat you belong to me. Just as the vacuum contains an error, due to the fractal development everything that follows will also contain an error. This error will also remain present in omniscience, namely the ignorance of what is actually pulsating there. There is no final answer. Only philosophically one can answer this question. It is the principle of relativity itself that pulsates or fluctuates because of the lack of a reference point, for without a reference point it is both, and, both being and non-being, contradictory, see page 8 to 10, since the missing reference point has always been missing, the principle of relativity has always been there, but it was never noticed. Why the principle of relativity is the way it is and not somehow arbitrarily different, is also philosophically the error in omniscience. In order to still be able to answer this question, we simply ask the other way around: can we live without having a final answer? Do we have to live with the fact that we in our living space remain imperfect? See page 2+3, approximately. It. 2 Thaddeus Golas Enlightenment doesn't care how you get it. Thaddeus Golas. 1 Forward. I am a lazy person. And because I'm so lazy, I don't believe that effort, discipline, diet, not smoking, and other virtues are necessary to attain enlightenment. That's about the worst heresy you can imagine, but I have to be honest before I can be deferential. I am doing the work of writing this book to save myself the trouble of having to talk about these things. Maybe it's just what someone needs to read to feel a little better about themselves. If you are a kind person and want to know what to expect when enlightenment hits you and why this is happening to you, with or without psychedelic help, then this book is for you. At least that's how I see the rules of the game. I realize that many of us open up very quickly these days, and the misconception that everyone thinks they are alone with their revelation experience is correspondingly widespread. It is not enough to feel that you know the truth. I don't intend to pretend to offer ultimate truth, but what I do suggest are certain simple attitudes, or behaviors, inner patterns that will work for everyone and will stay with you even then, when you're freaked out or gone, even when you're freaking out. These inner patterns are so simple that I garnish them with a picture of the universe to show you why they work even when you don't believe they could. The universe is so vast and complex that we would never attain higher consciousness if we had to have correspondingly complicated books in order to become enlightened. But the universe, on the other hand, is so simple in design that there is really no reason for anyone to feel at a loss or unhappy. You can easily take control of your being, no matter how complicated it may seem. I gave up the idea of writing this down over and over again because people didn't take notice because they didn't want to know. But after all, there is no more reason not to write it down than to write it down. I'm writing down what I'd like to read myself one day when I'm stuck on a spooky level. I've often thought on bad trips, what could I say to someone in this state of consciousness that could have any meaning for them? That is how this information has been tested here. No line in this book is there just because it sounds good. The information is useful and reliable. It has certainly accompanied me and others through quite extreme states of consciousness, and can be boiled down to a few key phrases that are so simple that you can remember them in any crisis situation. The first chapter starts with a brief idea of how the universe is made up, and the rest of the book looks at our lives from this point of view. This is a very far-reaching idea, reaching into every field of knowledge, and after taking many years to come to terms with it, I can't wait that someone else would accept it so easily. All I can do is ask you to play the mind game and see where it goes and then compare it to what you otherwise know. What must be true for the universe to appear as it appears to us? Is there a credible bridge between matter and spirit? Like so many others, I wrestled with such considerations for years, and this book contains some of the conclusions I have drawn from them. Perhaps these conclusions only mean something to you if you follow your own processes of verification and reasoning. If that's the case, then in the first chapter you'll find everything you need to keep you busy for a good while. On the other hand, if you're just looking for a useful trip guide, you'll find this one too. I really don't expect anyone to immediately translate these lines into a sense of accomplishment. But if one of you I never hear from gets a little higher and happier, I would write it all over and over and over again. I hope you find the vibrations comfortable. Point 2, who are we? We are all equal beings and the universe is made up of our relationships with one another. The universe is made up of a single kind of entity, each alive, each self-determining the course of its own existence. In fact, that's all you need to know to understand this book or to write your own. Everything I write rooted in this first section, and you can solve any problem that arises by coming back to that basic idea and then thinking it through for yourself. The universe is made up of a single kind of whatever that cannot be further defined. For our purposes it is not even necessary to find a definition. It's enough for us to assume that there is only one kind of whatever and see if that leads us to a reasonable explanation for the world as we know it. The basic function of every being is to expand and contract. Expanded beings are permeable, contracted beings are dense and impermeable. Therefore, we can all, alone or together with others, appear as space, energy, or mass to the extent that how we have expanded or contracted, and in what kind of vibrations we express ourselves through the alternation of expansion and contraction. Every being has its own vibrations. A fully extended being is space. Since permeability increases with expansion, we can be in the same space with one or more expanded beings. In fact, All entities in the universe can be one space. We experience the expandedness as awareness, understanding, comprehending, or whatever we want to call it. When we are fully expanded, we have a sense of total awareness of being one with all life. At this level, we have no resistance to any vibrations or interactions of other beings. It means timeless bliss with an unrestricted choice of consciousness, perception, and feeling. Space is a level of experience that we can all attain, but it is difficult to speak of it on our current level of being, because that is infinite. Our level requires boundaries and definitions. We could say, all experiences are accessible to the one mind, and the one mind is all of us or someone at the highest expansion level. Or we could theorize, God could not create anything more limited than himself that would endure. But if he duplicates himself, then he can enjoy a permanent universe. Therefore, every entity is a duplicate of God, created in his image. It doesn't matter what idiom we use, we exist and the universe exists, and it is possible to test this idea of expansion and contraction within the limited framework of what is real to us as human beings, particularly in atomic and subatomic studies. When a being is fully contracted, it is a mass particle, fully imploded. To the extent that a being is contracted, it is unable to be in the same space with others, so contraction is experienced as fear, pain, unconsciousness, ignorance, hate, evil, and a myriad of other undesirable feelings. At the extreme, the being feels completely insane, opposed to everything and everyone, and unable to choose the content of their consciousness. Of course, these are simply the feelings pertaining to the vibrational levels of the mass, and any being can free itself from it at any time by giving up all resistance to anything it thinks, sees, or feels. When a being alternates between expanding and contracting, it is energy. I suppose that a being in the middle, half expanded, half contracted, would have to be logical, non-subjective, egoless, and predictable. This could be the zero that is on one side of the energy equations in physics, but also the ego death we go through as we expand to higher levels of consciousness. It is important to note that energy is not represents a set of anything objective. Energy, like space and matter, is something that large numbers of living beings do. Energy beings usually react to their neighbors in ways that are often predictable and seemingly automatic, like dominoes falling over. In relation to space beings, they will appear high, vibrating rapidly and with a sense of increasing subjective freedom. Aligned with bulk beings, they will be of low energy, vibrating more slowly, with a growing sense of subjective bondage and confusion. The universe is an infinite harmony of vibrating beings in a finely tuned hierarchy of various states of expansion-contraction, frequency modulations, and so on. For every variation, every combination, and every level of vibration there are specific patterns of feelings and ideas. Perception also changes depending on how other beings relate from all sorts of different points of view. The thought of these possibilities is so overwhelming, and the attempt to put them into words so ridiculous, that I find it difficult to continue writing. But what we do seek is to isolate some basic inner patterns that allow us to become aware of our freedom to navigate this maze, or to go straight up. What we must always keep in mind, there is no one else but us little people. The whole universe is made up of beings like ourselves. Each particle is a whole tribe of beings. Energy is a great number of our kind vibrating together. Space is an infinite number of our brothers and sisters in perfect bliss. There is no essential difference between animate and inanimate matter because both consist of living beings. Not only can mass be converted into energy, but also energy into space and vice versa. Our own detachment from awareness, our mass conditionality, causes us to see our brothers and sisters as objective matter, energy, and space. We always have the experiences and perceptions that correspond to our vibrational level. The same rules apply to all of us. The rules don't come from somewhere outside of us. They derive from the truth that we are all equal, that we all have the same choices of possible behavior and experience. We have the freedom to do anything we want as far as this is possible within the framework of the necessary laws of our relationships as equal beings. And love must be the first law. Love is the action of being in the same space together with other beings, and that means love is real, as real as we are. Love is not a limited idea, it is something we do, ultimately with our whole selves. Many of us may not like where we are in the universe now, but we can all be assured that through our own choice to expand in love, or to turn away from it, we have got to where we are. What kind of brain, what kind of body you have, the family and society, the historical time in which you were born, all this and more has been determined by yourself, by your level of expansion, by your willingness to love. Nobody burdened you with anything. Nobody forced you. There is absolute justice in the experience that each of us owns every second of the day. In a sense we can all rest easy because nothing is hidden, nothing is forgotten, nothing is lost, no one is abandoned. Each of us is the same type of being, capable of expanding or narrowing attention and awareness. And that's all we have to do, give full, accepting and allowing, loving attention to absolutely everything we see in our mind, in our body, in our surroundings and in other people. Expansion in love is an activity available at any time to any being in the universe. A willing awareness will lead us to heaven, a loving attitude will set us free. Nothing else controls our destiny. Good or bad behavior is secondary. Whatever you do, love yourself for doing it. Whatever you think, love yourself for thinking it. Love is the only dimension that needs to be changed. If you're not sure how it feels to be lifting, then love yourself for not being sure how it feels. There is nothing more important on earth than the love that conscious beings feel for one another, whether ever expressed or not. There's no use worrying about worse or better mental conditions, although of course you can play this game. You will not be able to rise above your current vibrational level to stay there as long as you don't love your now state. No matter what mental state you are in, no matter where you are in the universe, you always have the same choice, expand or contract your awareness. And you have to start from where you are, it's one of the infinite possibilities of experience available to us. I could be what you are. What I am, you could be too. Whatever we may have done by turning away from full awareness of the one mind, we are doing it now. Whatever we do, there will always be a possibility within us, even if we don't do it, we therefore do not have to resist it at all, but rather transcend it. I often use phrases like this, I always carry that inside me, this also I can know with a fully expanded awareness. We can trust the course of the universe. If these rules of love are true, then they are effective whether we agree with them or not, whether we are conscious of them or not, whether we speak of them in words or not. The reality of love is something you do for yourself, with or without words, and judge the results according to your own experience. All information of this kind exists in space for all time and does not require books for its reality. All of this is always within you. It follows that I am not writing this book because I feel I must oppose what anyone is believing right now. Beyond all reasoning, and reasoning is the mystery of love, you know we are all equal, no one really needs any help from anyone else, no one needs to be told or given, and then you still do the most empathetic act, do it best of what is in you for your brothers and sisters. I'm sharing what was given to me when I felt I needed it. If I felt this way, maybe someone else feels this way too. This is a letter to my sisters and brothers, a message of love and an attempt to show that, even when we thought love was not at work at all, it was working perfectly. It's an interesting exercise for our thinking to turn the whole game upside down. The problem isn't how to free yourself from the mass plane, or how to reach enlightenment. The real question is, if you are a completely free and self-determined being, how come you locked yourself in a body to play games on the material plane? How did you get yourself and others to agree on this game? How did you manage to make it a compulsion? Sometimes, when I've been so crazy, it flashed in me, well, if it's so easy to get out, I might as well go back and join the game. Perhaps that is the supreme temptation. And maybe nobody really wants to know how easy it is. Nobody wants to mess up the game. Maybe we're all playing pretend, we're all playing hide and seek. Physical reality is one of the greatest horror movies out there, and you know how much we love horror movies. If the universe as we see it from our vibrational level is illusory and only partially true, then that is all the more reason to rejoice in love rather than be shocked by it. Everything that happens on earth can be experienced at any one of thousands of vibrational levels, from the most joyful to the most gloomy. We are completely free to highlight any level we desire. All we have to do is change our own attention in love, our own expansion in love. Since the universe is nothing but living beings, each controlling its own vibrational level and relationships, there is absolutely nothing in the whole universe that needs correction in any way. We don't have to bother with it at all, whatever it may be. There is consciousness everywhere in the universe, and we can safely leave all beings to make their own decisions. No matter how it looks to us, love never loses control. The laws of our relationships are as honorable and precise as the laws of physics. I couldn't claim to know what all these laws are at the moment. But at some level we all know that we're getting exactly what we're entitled to. The harmony is infinite, unique, and divine. Where do you imagine you belong? Don't be too strict with yourself. A little bit of love can go a long way. Point 3. It's so easy to get enlightened. What do you have to do to become enlightened? What are the signs that you are trying successfully? How is your life changing as you gradually become more enlightened? There is nothing you have to do first to become enlightened. All sorts of experiences are already built into you. You can open up to them anytime, instantly, just by being there. But there is no hurry. The full expansion is always there, beyond all time, in you and around you. All you have to do is open your awareness at a pace that is safe and comfortable for you. If LSD is too fast for you, slow down. You are at home. We all belong to the universe. There's nothing standing in your way, but most of us may open up in stages, gradually. We have a tendency to rise in emotional cycles. After each burst of exalted reality awareness, we encounter a new and different kind of rejection within us, the next thing we need to learn to love. But the higher you develop, the easier WEF. The experience of total awareness, of being in space, does not mean being momentarily aware of every detail in the universe, of every possible relationship between finite, withdrawn entities. Space being means a willingness to become aware of everything imaginable. It means that we don't resist, don't reject an idea or a relationship. Therefore, in order to attain enlightenment, we do not need to acquire any particular ideas or experiences, virtues, or sufferings. Anything that exists can be experienced with a fully expanded awareness. Regardless of how much you have restricted your awareness, you are a free and self-determined being. No other being, nor any group of beings, can affect your vibrational levels. So there is nothing in the universe, and especially not in its physical part, that could oppose your free will. This means that the physical world has no power whatsoever over you, it does not mislead you, it does not corrupt you, it does not stand in the way of enlightenment, it does not harm you. You are the only cause of your level of existence. Your inner makeup is never fixed. The sensation of being forced or manipulated against your will can only arise when you close yourself down, when you contract your awareness. Our reality at every level is made up of all of the uniquely conscious beings that we perceive as alive, and the process of enlightenment expands our understanding of other beings until we experience everything as a living exchange. The more we turn away from loving other beings, the more exposed we will be to a physical world, the more mass-obsessed we become. On the other hand, the more we open ourselves to our brothers and sisters, the less rigid the world becomes. Enlightenment is any experience of expanding our consciousness beyond its current limitations. We could also say, perfect enlightenment is realizing that we have no limitations at all and that the whole universe is alive. The difficulty in writing about these things, and the problem in any effort to speak of how to achieve them, comes from trying to use limited terms to speak of crossing the line. To be enlightened is to be in a state of fluid awareness, deeply open. Enlightenment is the process of expanding yourself, not arriving at another level with different, new limits. There is no correct way of looking at life after enlightenment. We are not obligated to be or not to be anything as long as we are whole in our feeling and thinking. What does being whole mean? It means that we must be willing to take in, to contain, whatever is just different than any limited idea. It means knowing that when we emphasize a positive, we simultaneously create a negative. If we elevate knowledge to the ideal, we have to contend with ignorance, which is just different from knowledge. If we emphasize the ideal of holiness, we must live with sin, who is her mate, and accept our responsibility for creating her. When we refuse to do this, it means a contraction of our awareness. We are becoming dense, becoming mass-level entities, incarnating into physical bodies. And we cannot control what we have refused to create. It is forced upon our attention whether we like it or not, and so we live in a world of sin and ignorance. However, if we remain constantly open and unresisting to such negativities, we are not forced to live long with them. If we admit that ugliness is always within us, we are free to create beauty. When we know that stupidity is always within us, we are free to prefer insight. Love is therefore the highest and most sacred act, because it always contains within itself that which is not love. It is ever and ever moving to include the non-loving. How often do we try to find a chain of cause and effect in our experiences when what is actually happening is just the oscillation of changing premises? For example, we may choose a negative task, such as monastic discipline, and feel enriched by it. Or, conversely, we may indulge in a seductive pleasure and then feel betrayed. But we never take a step back to see that we are just swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Many of us persist in thinking of ourselves as kind, good, and wise. We try to be pendulums that just swing to one side. The cure for such confusion is to love, to experience life without intellectual resistance until we have ascended through the mass and energy planes to the space plane. At this level, where love is constant and our awareness is open, we will more easily understand the wonder of how it is possible to contain contradictions, opposites, and paradoxes. We will be free to experience what we desire because we do not deny that we always contain whatever is different than what we have chosen. Karma does not mean paying for exactly what you did in the past. It can only happen to you that as you raise your vibrational level, you can encounter the same kind of experiences that you have avoided in the past, or you encounter something that is different than what you are currently concentrating on. If you try to shut down, you will fall back to a lower vibrational level. But if you face undesired events calmly, take them in your mind, and love yourself for not liking them, then you will keep ascending. You could say that for a while you have to embrace your bad trip along with your high. As you struggle to cope with and love each new disturbing phenomenon, you will begin to realize that none of the menacing evil that has plagued you is gone from the world, but your inevitable feelings of despondency and helplessness will be gone. You will learn to navigate your way around or through turbulent vibrations, and in due course you will not encounter them at all. You will see how you can change your feelings and experiences by understanding how they relate to your level of consciousness. For example, if your feelings are starting to go stale after a deep love affair with someone, which is especially likely if you were high on marijuana or LSD at the time, you can take this to mean that you are both gradually moving out of the state being in the same room, withdraw by vibrating at a lower level again now. If you know that, and know that the low mood can go away as easily as it came, then it's less likely that's why you make big decisions and engage in arguments. You relax your mind and watch it all pass. Many of us today experience transient highs and flashes of epiphany, especially when under the influence of psychedelic drugs. If, after such euphoric moments, things start to get weird in an unfamiliar way, don't let that confuse you. It could be a sign that you are going even higher. By now we should realize that we tend to return to the vibrational level where we feel safe, which needs to be changed. And that can only happen through a resistance-free state of consciousness and a constantly expanding love. It's natural that you look at your everyday experiences for signs of success on the path to enlightenment or simply a happier existence. For your everyday life is actually nothing more than an expression of your mental state. Your life will change as you become more loving, but not at one exactly predictable way. It matters not so much what is happening as how you respond to what is happening around you. A good attitude towards any goal is this: it's fine when it happens, it's fine when it doesn't. Long before you are sufficiently advanced to trust yourself to make choices about your future, you will find that you are no longer so interested in prediction. You won't mind letting go of one wonderful experience because love will make the next one just as blissful. Accordingly, there is not much specific advice that can be given as to what an enlightened existence on earth should be like, and I hesitate to paint in glowing colors predictions of what is possible. As we have seen, when we are fully prepared to create a state but our consciousness is closed to other possibilities, things change into something else. At our mass level, it's very likely that this just other is often uncomfortable, and as soon as we try to withdraw from the feelings it triggers, we get stuck. That's one way to explain therefore ideal and beautiful events disappear from our lives, and the bad and murky remain. And the same goes for predicting a bright future. But however vague and awkward this process may seem, love will overcome it. It can be safely predicted that in this lifetime, as you love yourself and others more and more, you will begin to perceive every person and thing as a completed form, just as they are now. You will feel rich joy every moment. And since beauty is really in the eye of the beholder, your vibrations will be beautiful 2.4, that's how you feel good. It's okay to have a good time. This is one of the most important messages of enlightenment. We should try to grasp the highest level of joy, the divine pleasure so to speak, in everything we perceive. No one who is in a higher state of consciousness wants any of us to be miserable here on earth. There is paradise within you and around you right now, and to be in it you need not lift a finger, or even take your eyes off this page. You can immediately open yourself to the diamond-like completion of everything you see and feel. If you don't think it can be that easy, just be loving in every single moment and trust that it will come to you. No one on the space level will block the path with obstacles or trials for someone trying to raise their own level. In retrospect it may seem like you have been tested, but in reality you are always allowed to choose for yourself and to determine the universe that is real to you. Higher evolved beings are only so happy when you show yourself lifted enough to ascend higher. You will get every help and opportunity you can ask for, whether you ask by taking LSD, or by simply praying, or by writing a letter to Santa Claus, or in any other way. No one is ever asked of you to mortify or torment you. You don't have to prove anything at all. You can't prove anything, your vibrations always speak the truth, you can't fool anyone. And it's so easy to soar higher on the wings of love. However compelling any perception of any level of reality may appear, however overwhelming, intricate, and diverse, you are only ever perceiving a fraction of our real reality, just being ourselves, unresisting, independent, loving everything. In the sexual area, too, it's all right if you take it easy. A satisfying orgasm is actually much more of a spiritual achievement than any achievement. The flesh is not separated from the spirit. The body is an ecstatic creation of many beings vibrating at other levels of consciousness. A deep orgasm is a realization of love on many levels, including what many of us think of as animal love. Stepping into the same plane of space or vibration with others, is the foundation of our being and can take an infinite number of forms. As with all other experiences, depending on how much loving acceptance we can muster towards ourselves and others, we always have the sexual experiences we deserve. Sexual ecstasy can be viewed as a reflection of our soul dissolution in the space of our divine brothers and sisters in higher planes of expansion. Physical love is an example of how spatial relationships require us to surrender ourselves in love and to absorb the differences and imperfections and beauties of other beings. If so, why is asceticism so often recommended as a spiritual path, and why does this sometimes seem to work? As we saw in the previous chapter, there is a good chance that if you push very hard in a certain direction, you will be swung into a state that is just different from the one you are aiming for. If you persist in wanting only sensual pleasures, unless you can open yourself fully, you will get into a state where asceticism seems the way to go. And if you progress far enough in asceticism, you can find yourself plunged into bliss and ecstasy, as many saints have reported. But if you complain loud enough, you will be granted a glimpse of higher consciousness in a flash. When you deny yourself food, sex, communication, or sleep, it means, so to speak, that you report to headquarters that your life form is not working, and it is possible that you will be allowed a brief return to space to clarify. But such short hashes are not all the light, no matter how convincing they may be felt, and even though at the moment they make up the bulk of what humanity knows about space. And those flashes aren't something to rely on, they're not exactly the most pleasant way to get home. You will not be able to stay on higher levels if you have gotten there through such a strong emphasis on the negative. You may console yourself with rationalizations, however highly intelligent, as to why you are coming back to Earth. Asceticism will bring you back to the physical plane again and again until you can love enough to rise above them on a positive path. In fact, it is love itself that is the positive path to space. There is no wisdom or holiness that can ever excuse a lack of love in ourselves or in others. And also in sexual relationships, love overcomes the pendulum effect, the alternation of yin and yang, and finally we have a reasonable explanation why love must be the first motive in sexuality. But love with this end is much more than romantic passion, and it must begin with loving yourself. When you love everything you feel and do, including your numb and down moods, your joy will always return. If sex doesn't do you any good, then that simply means that in this life or in another you have put too much weight on the other side of the scale. It is the action of contracting your awareness that makes every circumstance a compulsion. It is also important not to judge others for their carnal lust. What you begrudge others will be withheld from you for the simple reason that you always make your own laws. All your words and actions determine the environment in which you wish to live. One of the essential laws of our relationships as equal beings is this: what you say applies, but only to you and those who agree with you. If you say that someone who doesn't deserve it shouldn't get help, it won't bother the person you mean, but it will apply to you. You will not receive undeserved help. If you find other people's sexual pleasures to be vulgar, it won't affect their experiences, but your pleasures will become vulgar. It is precisely this unlimited power to determine your own experiences that sets you limits. How much compassion and forgiveness do you want for yourself? Give them to others. Forgive all beings their karmic debts to you. Grant to others the freedom, awareness, and love that you claim for yourself. Music can teach us how to maintain joy and ecstasy. Normally we tend to think that a moment of euphoric recognition is unbearable and cannot be sustained. He slips away from us and we try to catch him again. That's what happens, that we don't like to let him go because we don't want to accept the idea of being far away from him. But if we consider the example of music, where we let one sound pass in order to hear the next, our delight can be steady even though the vibrations alternate. If we listen to the world and allow it to affect us without either-or judgments and ideas, we can learn to perceive every moment of joy as a sound in the infinite harmony. The world orchestra plays the well-known tunes over and over again, and the elders stand around tapping their feet while the youngsters dance. That have been shelved over the course of the previous chapters. I do not intend to encourage anyone to memorize all of the varied thought processes in this book. But I recommend you to memorize the following lines printed in italics. They are simple enough, so you can keep them, and they will work in any mental crisis. Have them ready in your head. One of my psychedelic excursions got off to a false start and I ended up having a really bad trip. As I looked at the people around me getting angry, shriveled up, colorless, old and scary, I suddenly thought, well, who do you have in mind, who needs to be loved? And without further ado the doors opened and I was in paradise. No resistance. This doesn't mean that you have to be physically passive or ignominiously endure bad vibes or shut-offs. It means that there should be no resistance in your thinking. Be free in your head, act out of love and do what makes you feel good. There is no course of action that is right or wrong in every case, the only real variable is the love you act out of. As you open your awareness, life will improve, you don't even have to try. It's a wonderful paradox, the more you open your awareness, the fewer unpleasant events will intrude on your awareness. Love as much as you can from wherever you may be. Remembering this phrase is especially good if you feel anxious, mentally incapacitated, or have taken any bad stuff. Write it on the wall in your room. You may not want to love what you see or feel at all, you may not be able to convince yourself at all that you can love it. But just decide to love it. Tell yourself out loud that you love it, even if you don't believe in it. And say, I love myself for hating this. Love it the way it is. How you see the world depends entirely on your own vibrational level. When your vibration changes, the whole world looks different. It's like those days when everyone seems to be smiling at you because you're feeling happy. You can raise your vibrational level by feeling more love. Start loving your negative feelings, your own boredom, your gloom, and your despair. It is difficult to believe, but there is no use changing the content of your thoughts to change the level of your vibrations. It is useless to change your ideas, beliefs, behavior, place of residence, or friends for the purpose of increasing awareness. It is neither arbitrariness nor coincidence that you are exactly where you are. Therefore, there is no harm in first becoming clear about your behavior before you think about changing it. Otherwise you might find yourself searching all of creation for your right place, and find that even in the sea of eternal bliss you don't feel like you're in the right place. You take yourself with you wherever you go. As Zen says, if you can't find it where you are, where will you go to look for it? There is never any other place in the universe for you than among your own kind. The direction of change you must seek is not in any of our 4 dimensions, it means going deeper into who you are and where you are, like turning up the volume on an amplifier. Love yourself. But isn't the definition of love, being in the same space with others? In reality, much of what we think of as ourselves, our bodies, our minds, our feelings, contains billions of other beings. Being the self-consciousness of a human body is a bit like being the mayor of a big city. The ego is not the only awareness concerned with the survival and functioning of our bodies. As individual, unique beings, we are free to leave any group, including the group that makes up our body, but we will find other beings to harmonize with on whatever level we step on. When you love yourself, then you truly expand in love into many other beings. And the more loving you are yourself, the more loving are the beings in you and around you. At all levels we are interdependent vibrations. Play a happy tune and happy dancers will join your trip. In another sense, loving oneself means a willingness to be in the same room with your own creations. How contracted would you get if you tried to turn away from your own ideas? But loving you has nothing to do with building your ego. Selfishness means that you have to prove yourself valuable after sinking into self-loathing. Loving yourself will dissolve your ego, you no longer have to prove your superiority. 6. How we got here. We have a flood of ideas and names for many different types of human behavior, but most of what we do follows certain general ones, rules of expansion and contraction. As I said before, these rules do not come from anywhere outside of us. When we realize that we are equal beings, certain truths about our mutual relations necessarily follow. We could call these truths the sources of integrity and justice, but such designations do not matter. It just has to be like this if this life universe is to exist at all. It seems futile to attempt to speak persuasively of this in words compared to what you yourself will understand when you encounter this divine order and justice in meditation or high on psychedelics. I can offer only limited speculation as to how these rules translate into our human experience. The idea of equality has often been understood as that one must sink to the lowest common denominator or settle for an unprincipled general mediocrity. Equality, as I would like it to be understood, means our coming together in the highest level of awareness, in pure space, without attachment or resistance, in complete freedom of experience and awareness, immersing ourselves with others in the kind of ecstasy or stillness that we vote. At all vibrational levels lower than the highest there is the illusion of varying amounts and values, greater or lesser love, intelligence, and power. We appear to each other according to the vibrations we choose to emphasize, but as a possibility we are all equal. If that's true, then why have we gotten so deep into the mass plane that physical reality looks like the only reality? So deep that the views expressed here about space sound like strange and unconfirmable fantasies? As far as confirmation goes, I believe that the notion of equivalent entities can lead to a reintegration of readily available data into physics, and that we can then infer from that information to establish the laws of our relationships on a universal scale describe. Meanwhile, I must content myself with some rough guesses as to how we got to the ground level in the first place. We can start with a paradox at the highest level: extended beings, totally unresisting, are also totally irresistible. Space beings allow other beings everything, but when one of us contracts, it also becomes denser in proportion to its contraction, and it seems to it as if it were being blown away by the space beings. The feeling of being driven away and later also being forced is solely due to the density of the beings drawn together. Space beings do not intend to push or force anyone to do anything. All imaginable universes in all imaginable dimensions consist of the one mind as a pure idea or as an archetype. When any of us turn away from the willingness to create any aspect of this archetype, we fall to a lower vibrational level. To put this in perspective, imagine that we are a large number of energetic beings unfamiliar with the idea of Disney dog Pluto. Having become denser than the space beings, we would be swept away and appear in space as floating, flashing images of Pluto, perhaps as a kind of fireworks display. Now imagine if some of us were not only indifferent to the idea of the dog Pluto, but resented it and withdrew to the mass level. Since our mass is even denser than the energy, it is forced to take the form of the rejected, and lo and behold we have the physical manifestation of Pluto. In this way, what is rejected on an idea level, on the space level, is manifested on the physical level. Of course, the truth isn't quite as ready to use as this sounds, but you get my meaning. The room seems to drive the energy and energy seems to compel matter. But without the density of more withdrawn beings, these reactions cannot occur. By denying your ability to create an image, or by denying someone else the freedom to do so, you descend to a vibration where not only Pluto is visible but a host of other material forms as well. It is the rejection of the truth that opens Pandora's box. You need not assume that you have personally denied every wretched thing that occurs on earth. If you deny coffee, you are bound to be drawn into the reality of tea and cocoa as well. There was something that scared you, or more likely a whole bunch of ideas, that you were unwilling to comprehend or love, and so your vibrations gradually dropped to a mass level and you found yourself as a body being. But there is nothing that would hold you back on this mass level, no matter how often you felt yourself being pushed or pulled by other masses, by energy, and by space. It is your own ignorance, your density, that makes it possible for you to be pushed. You can't feel pain unless you're stupid. Pain is the experience of not being able to get into the same space with others. But all you have to do to become free of pain, to become not stupid, is to be willing to be aware of whatever comes into your awareness. There are many events in everyday life on earth where we can see how the process of that they might be violent. It can also happen that you become a victim of violence yourself if you do not recognize that people are victims of violence because you are not sufficiently aware of how it happens to be able to avoid it. Everything that manifests is there because we have refused to acknowledge it. Although this is hard to believe, the way out is not to continue resisting, by rearranging the furniture, so to speak, but by a willing acknowledgement of what is there, in short, by loving it. Which of course we should have done from the start. Unfortunately, most people with good intentions try to deny or eradicate what is already manifest. And many spiritual renewal movements deny even more intensely the facts of our vibrational level. What can we do about evil? Quite a lot when our heads are clear. My all-encompassing motto is, I would not deny this experience to the one mind. Once you've made up your mind about this matter, then do whatever feels right to you emotionally. Evil appears as a secondary reality after you withdraw to a low vibrational level. The seductiveness of evil is precisely that it entices us to try to eliminate it. When your consciousness is open, anything you do about evil matters no more than digging a gutter to ward off floodwaters from a house. Be sure to see a doctor when you are sick, make it impossible if someone tries to hurt you, ask unlovable people to leave your house, start a revolution, whatever you do, keep your awareness open and know that your evil has manifested in your life because your love has been lacking. The real enemy, if there is any, is within yourself, in your inability to love enough. But there is no moral judgment involved in our confrontation with evil. If you refuse to acknowledge that cars exist, you will be hit by cars, not because you are sinful or neurotic, but simply because you are not paying attention to the cars. You won't see her coming. Some people think thoughts are things and that one must avoid negative thoughts, because otherwise they might materialize. As we have already seen, thoughts are certainly very powerful when extended beings think them. But trying to turn away from thoughts has led us to incarnate on a mass level in the first place. If you avoid negative thoughts, sooner or later they will manifest themselves physically. It is your resistance to the negative thought, whether conscious or not, that allows it to manifest itself in your life. What am I doing on a level of consciousness where this is real? This is the first question you must ask yourself when you see something ugly, evil, or stupid. We are always in communion with our equals, and the justice of love is always perfect. The universe is an infinite web of perfectly ordered love relationships, and if you lift enough, you rise higher. You don't have to wait until your lifetime is over. Your movement as a being is not horizontal through time, so to speak. All states of consciousness are accessible here and now. Every possibility of the past and future is timeless, always there, and you activate your level of reality through your own vibrations. To be who you are is a jewel of consummate ecstasy. You are at the level of consciousness that contains the greatest joy and ecstasy that you are able to accept. Regardless of what I tell myself or what I've experienced at times, my greatest pleasure right now is sitting in a booth in San Francisco penniless and writing this book. Why don't you try the following sentences during a meditation? I surrender myself to this reality. I have no resistance to this reality. I am one with this reality. I surrender to the justice of our equality. I have no resistance to the justice of our equality. I am one with the justice of equality. 7. Self-improvement. I hope you will find it encouraging to learn how these general ideas can be applied to eliminate evil in yourself and to achieve spiritual self-improvement. The more bad thoughts and feelings you try to eradicate from yourself, the more numerous they will be. Since I myself prefer certain activities, I have to be careful not to recommend them as regulations. So in this chapter I must get even more personal and clearly explain my bias. I'm lazy, and it annoys me when I see people struggling diligently to self-improvement with methods that don't work, and then press me to do the same. They are often the loveliest of people, and I would love to join them on the inside if I thought they might succeed. On the other hand, it could also be the case that they know that they can never achieve their goal with their methods, and I'm the fool because I make known what everyone has secretly known for a long time. If we didn't have these games, it would be boring, wouldn't it? My game consists in refusing meaningless games, and that might be the most pointless of them all. There's obviously a danger of going in circles here, but if anyone else knew what I wanted this chapter to say, I'd ask them to tell me, so I have to take that little risk. I call structure any relationship between entities that avoids dissolving. The self that you know as an entity is a structure, an organism made up of billions of entities. Something odd about structures is that they tend to unravel in both success and failure, so the problem with maintaining a structure is to maintain a tension somewhere between these two extremes. The idea of structures disintegrating when they are fully successful struck me as odd at first, and I compiled a list of hastily compiled examples of this. A victorious empire inevitably crumbles into smaller pieces or collapses when it is at the peak of its power. Power has arrived and no longer has to fight against any resistance. A man inherits great wealth and ruins himself with extravagance. The genius snaps. Power corrupts. The good die young, religions crumble into schisms and heresies. A dominant race is mysteriously going extinct. A cell divides. The magician goes insane. That's why people are suspicious of success and power, which has been too easily obtained. At some level, structure creates a self-imposed limitation on success, which includes success on the path to spiritual awareness. The spiritual leaders keep preaching to us that the ego must die in order to be reborn, but we slow down. The structure is self-sustaining. The ego, the mental structure, feels more comfortable when struggling with the tensions of threats to itself. We feel high and energized when we feel challenged by negative possibilities, hard work, discipline, hang gliding, racing, wars, illness, fasting, asceticism, gambling, drugs, careless driving, arguments, paranoia, imaginary threats, preoccupation with the devil and black magic, and so on. Of course, if the negative demarcation goes too far, the structure will collapse, but somehow we don't really care. We like to worry about the dangers to human survival. Unless it's a real threat, like the atomic bomb or bacterial war. Then the risk is unreal, we hesitate to think about it. Usually, it's what we don't agree with that helps us define and find out what we are. And we identify others by what's wrong with them, we watch until we find some difference between us and them. Virtues are invisible in others, not really of interest. We human beings, almost the only species, have solved the problem of maintaining negative tension by being our own worst enemies. We can never entirely overcome human nature in ourselves or others, and so the game goes on. It's obvious that all the nasty facts of life we complain about give us some satisfaction, that's why newspapers are bought. The emphasis on the negative results in a strengthened structure and a stronger ego. Even though some of these activities are carried out under the banner of spiritual truth-seeking, such as self-denial, the result remains the same. On a finer level, we know that most spiritual adventures will not be successful, but we maintain the illusion that they are admirable. Many of us have no intention at all of truly successfully disengaging from the structure and moving to another plane of existence. But what about those who, with wisdom and earnestness, strive diligently for enlightenment using traditional methods? Knowing that negative methods of getting high do not lead to a stable spatial experience, how is it that yoga leads to success? The reason yoga works, if it does, is to be found in the love that is expressed between teacher and student and in the student's willing attention. If you limit your experience to phenomena that you are fully willing to acknowledge, such as what a cave in Tibet contains, you're bound to get high sooner or later. But the moment you step outside the cave, you will find that the people behave exactly the same as before. And if you're not willing to be the cause of their behavior and don't love them for who they are, your vibratory level will drop again. And then you will preach how bad the world is, how corrupt the cities, how sinful the people. If we are seriously concerned about evil, not just as a game of negative tension, we should see that we need not be concerned about evil as a physical manifestation, for such manifestations have their origin in spatial plane concepts that exist in timeless possibility. As a concept, evil is real, and is always within us. If we cannot learn how to deal with it on earth, we will be plagued even in heaven. Even if you aren't just testing your structure, the motive for your self-cleansing, feeling spiritually unclean, will prevent you from achieving any success until you learn the uncleanness you started with have to love. Can any being seriously believe that it can move through infinity of time and never make a mistake again? Quite often a flash of enlightenment will give you the following message: go back to where you started and learn to love it more. There is another downside to conventional methods of increasing. If you identify yourself with a status system of spiritual values, it can trigger an unloving snootiness towards your fellow human beings. The justice of our relationships is infallible, and if you are unloving, the results will manifest clearly. You may then complain, I work so hard to be clean, then why do these things happen, why do people hate me? But there is no greater purity than love, even when it is corrupt and impure. The positive way to define your ego is to be one with its cause, love it for what it is, and then freely choose whatever behavior you feel is good for you. You will not be swept away, you can experience your current structure as an exchange with the space plane, and only climb higher if you want to. The only action that will really bring about change for the better is that you change your vibrational level, that you raise the level of your love. Group work, sexual freedom, revolution, yoga, diet, asceticism, rock music, drugs, all means depend on your interest and creative power to be effective. They're all good games, but don't try to force yourself into something longer than you're really interested. They only work as long as your attention to them is still awake. And when they work too well, too successfully, it's easy to lose interest. When you feel your structure transform into energy and then into space, it is very likely that unless you accept what is happening and stabilize at a new level, you will back down. There really is more to loving play than just improving yourself or turning other people inside out or otherwise using negative tension to solidify your structure. Remember that your survival does not depend on any structure. You are a unit, an entity, just like everyone else in the universe. If you have nothing, you have nothing to lose. There is nothing wrong about using negative events to define your ego, as long as you do it consciously because you want to. The only thing wrong with any activity is to turn away from awareness of what you are doing. We can just play all these ridiculous games with a lot more pleasure when we are aware of what we are really doing. When you offer someone spiritual solutions, or solutions of any kind to anything at all, you are asking them to let go of what makes them feel active, alive, and determined, their ego structure. Be careful, it's dangerous. Well, for starters, keep this in mind, every human being is a perfect whatever it is in every moment. Each state of consciousness is perfect and complete and does not need to be altered. And every shift in consciousness is perfect and complete and need not remain as it is. I tried to capture all the possibilities at once with two guiding principles: whether I'm aware of it or not, I am one with the cause of all that exists. Whether I feel it or not, I am one with all the love in the universe. Point 8. Time and vibrations. We can change our sense of time by changing our vibrations, just as we change our perception of the rest of the physical universe through vibrational changes. Our ideas, sensations, and limited relationships have a beginning and an end within time, but we don't. At the space level, when we are fully expanded, any time is now. When you look at a lake, you have no water in your mind. In other words, there is no hardness in the awareness of a hard object. Awareness of confusion is not confused. Awareness of insanity is not insanity. Awareness of a passage of time does not require time, it does not contain time. We measure time through the compulsive repetition of mass-level interactions. And the more expanded our consciousness, the less bound we feel. Our subjective perception of time often deviates from the objective time. Meanwhile, many of us are already familiar with the time distortions that occur when we're high on marijuana, and of course stronger psychedelics lead to even greater extremes. How does this happen? Briefly tracing the sources of the sense of time is very valuable because it shows how useful it is to first become aware of your own vibrational level before reacting to what you think of as an external reality. Think of perception as a kind of radar. Your world radiates and is reflected by an object. Needless to say, it's actually more complicated than it appears, but it's close enough to the facts to be useful. Suppose someone shakes a table and a cup starts to slide down. If your perceptual vibrations are very slow, your waves will send you a message of where the cup is when it begins to fall, a second impression when it's halfway to the ground, and a third when it hits the ground. But if your vibrations are rapid, you will get a whole range of impressions of the path the cup takes at the beginning of its fall, and you will feel that you have plenty of time to move your hand over and catch it if you wish. Notice carefully that when your vibrations are slow, events seem to be happening quickly and that you then feel things are happening too quickly for you to control. And it could be that you feel even more compelled to try harder to get control of it. Maybe you're trying to get into the habit of orderly behavior and rejecting disorderly people. That's one of the roots for the power trip. You may also try to stay away from confusing events by moving to the country, or you may switch off your consciousness with hard drugs or alcohol. But the faster you swing, and the more impressions you get of your surroundings, the slower the course of events will appear, and the more you will feel that you are above it. The more you love, the faster you vibrate and the less you feel the need to control anything, and you don't fear change and variety. You experience everything deeper and slower and more loving. The greater the ratio of expansion and contraction within you, the more expanded and loving you are, the faster you vibrate. The secondary reality is useful in that it will always give you a clear picture of your vibratory level. When the world looks fair and safe, you swing fast. If it looks gloomy, boring, or scary, then swing slowly, and it is necessary that you love yourself for swinging too slowly. Inside or out, you never need to change what you see, just the way you see it. It is useless to try to escape from a difficulty by contracting your consciousness. You're going to have to climb back up every hill you roll down, you're going to have to do it sooner or later, in this life or another, for your true nature is timeless. Never impulsively divert your attention from a scene because it looks ugly, uncomfortable, or painful. Make a conscious decision, it's enough if you put it into words, to love yourself because you find her repulsive. If possible, keep your attention on it until it becomes beautiful, or at least, until you become indifferent to her. You don't need to go looking for bad scenes just to test yourself, or to purposely remind yourself of all that's wrong in this world, but once a scene manifests in your presence, become its so complete aware as possible. Sticking with it is important. You can hide in your room or leave town, but you as an entity will be stuck with your rejection at a lower vibrational level if you suddenly turn away. It will seem like the strangest of all coincidences when, after sharply diverting your attention from an uncomfortable scene, you keep running into similar situations over and over again. This will amaze you and will keep happening until you encounter an inconvenience that you can endure or love, and then your vibrations will rise. Look at it, love it, and then break away from it. It's okay to give your attention to what makes you comfortable. Otherwise, what would we have the freedom for? And as long as there is free will, there will always be some beings that create vibrations that don't appeal to you, no matter what level you are at. The essential thing is that you remove yourself in a way that you are not then stuck with. After you have had some experience of loving unpleasant events, you will be attuned enough to sense in time when someone is trying to turn you off or might be making you feel bad vibes, the cup starting to fall, so to speak, and you will be able to take the right steps before you get too caught up. Don't think it's not spiritual to see unhealthy possibilities in other people, it's not paranoid if your fears are based on real facts. It is simply a sign of carelessness karma if you ignore advance warnings. Keep your mind open and unresisting to all possibilities. This is how you can receive the information that will enable you to stop evil from manifesting in your life. Pay attention here and now. Feel free to say no. Regardless of what others do, you are the only person responsible for what happens to you. There is nothing in the outward happenings that in the slightest determines your feelings and experiences. Your life is entirely governed by your vibrations, what they are telling you and how you respond to them. The slower your vibrations, the more uncomfortable your life, you will have to contend with correspondingly more arguments, mass, and pain. Events will happen too quickly for you to keep track of, and yet time will seem endless because you see no way out. But when you raise your vibrational level, you can gracefully dodge collisions, both psychological and physical, and literally change the world for the better. Love is the strongest magic there is. If you learn to love hell, you are in heaven. 9. Path through the changes. When nothing holds us back on the physical plane, then what is holding us back? Why are we dependent on structures? Why are we afraid of change? To answer these questions, let's start again at the top. There are many words for what it means to be fully expanded: total awareness, wholeness, freedom, love, ecstasy, certainty, permanence, supreme intelligence, compassion. I think it will be clearest for now when we discuss our interactions in terms related to stability. Absolute stability exists on the space plane because all relationships are stable to the extent that the beings involved are of the same expansion. But at the levels of greater contraction, where by definition less awareness is experienced, we have correspondingly less control over how long the permanent condition lasts. And when we relate to beings whose vibrations are higher or lower than ours, we feel unstable and insecure. In an unstable relationship, we basically have two different paths that we can take. Apart from the subtleties of possible changes, one path leads to stability, we reach a common level of vibration, the other leads to dissolution as we move so far apart in vibration that we are no longer aware of each other. Having become uncomfortable in the presence of vibrations higher or lower than our own, we tend to respond in certain natural ways. If the other person vibrates lower, we will generally try to get them up to our level, to help her and cheer her up. But if the other person is vibrating higher, we will often first try to bring them down and get them to slow their vibrations. Note that when you try to help someone, you are working against their natural, perhaps unconscious, effort to bring you down. The lower vibrating person, and that could potentially be any of us, will appear to be sucking in the energy of the higher vibrating person, often with the best of moral and social intentions. This effort can take many forms: over-the-top praise, sneaky nudges disguised as polite words, asking for help with problems, showing anxiety and depression, freaking out, starting an argument, citing better informants, and 1,000 other forms down to imprisoning or killing the higher person. On the other hand, when faced with such behavior, the remedy is to keep an outpouring of love and have no resistance in your mind. The lower vibrating person may reach out further and further to pull you down, but when they realize you are not resisting them, they will need to rise to your vibratory level in order to feel balanced and comfortable, for it is too painful to do so. Stay where she is. And she will step up, except of course if she goes the other way and breaks away from the relationship. However, you are not obliged to wait forever for her. If you notice that she is doing nothing else than trying to pull you down, you're free to disconnect whenever you want. In everyday language, just break up. Don't think about it too much and don't feel guilty about it. It's within the natural order of things. If you want to take psychedelics or meditate and open yourself to communication with higher levels, you should be aware of the possibilities that lie in these automatic interactions between different vibrational levels. You will likely feel overwhelmed, driven, pushed, belittled, filled with mental terror, the horror trip, until you drop your resistance, expand in love, and rise to the vibration of higher beings. These are by no means intended to frighten or test you. It is your own density that lets you experience these sensations. Anything that really scares you may contain a reference to enlightenment. It can tell you how attached you are to structures, be they mental, physical, or social. Attachment and resistance are two manifestations that spring from the same root. When you resist by not opening your awareness, you experience fear, and that contraction you experience as a pull, like magnetism or gravity, and that means attachment. That is why we are often afraid to open up to higher spiritual beings. We think fear is a signal to turn away, when in fact it's a sign that we've already turned away too much. Here are some sentences that have done me good both in times of emotional turmoil and during meditation. I am nothing, I am empty, I am still. I have no resistance to the vibrations of other beings. I have no resistance to the expansion and contraction of other beings. When we fear seeing what is above, we sometimes try to buy a sense of security or power by focusing our attention on what is below. This process takes many forms. It often has unfortunate results when helpfulness is understood as an impulse towards those lower than us. Many of our impulsive feelings originate from a misconception about other people's position. The feelings themselves are fine. On the space level, the feelings are incredibly rich. But it's wiser to pay attention to where our feelings come from and where they're taking us. We can be seduced by a sense of freedom, power, or amusement when we engage in those relationships we believe to be weaker, or we can shrink from the fear and humiliation we feel in the presence of those we see as stronger. The principle of equality is a sure guide, protecting us both from foolish affability to confused men and self-limiting reverence to superior men. The solution to all our tensions between pushing and pulling is to let every being you recognize as alive to be treated as your equal. Always look deeper than any superficial suggestion that you are not equal. When a person shows great wisdom or genius, paints great pictures, or even boasts about writing books of advice like this one, don't think that's any evidence that their potential is higher than yours. Know that whatever anyone else has ever done, you can do too, not in the sense that it would belittle him, but you will be valued. Don't admire him excessively, that separates you. Let him be what he is, love him as your brother, enjoy his creations, treat him as an equal. And whatever you might see on a psychedelic trip, just say, I'm equal to that. It will make him feel held and loved, and he can climb higher from there if he wants. You can even tell him directly that you don't believe in his game. Do this while bandaging his wounds, feeding him, or giving him money. Don't act like you're superior to him. You're not, you're his equal. Ignore the sin and love the sinner. It's not a personal insult to you when someone disagrees with you, it's a measure of their pain. He shows you how much he suffers and how much compassion he needs. But don't forget that not all victims are innocent. In a certain karmic sense, no victim is innocent, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't help them, for it is our destiny to be in relationship with them, and how we behave determines our own karma. But we should help in a way that does not bind us to lower vibrations. That is, we should give what we expect to get ourselves, good or bad, in the same circumstances, and begin with the knowledge that all beings are equal. As long as we still believe that there are people who are greater or lesser than ourselves, we will tend to cling even more firmly to our usual vibrational level. We will be attached to the people who make us feel at home. We will be stuck in our ideas, our emotional habits, our jobs, our bodies. We will be afraid to change because we fear the experiences of instability, but we should help in a way that does not bind us to lower vibrations. That is, we should give what we expect to get ourselves, good or bad, in the same circumstances, and begin with the knowledge that all beings are equal. As long as we still believe that there are people who are greater or lesser than ourselves, we will tend to cling even more firmly to our usual vibrational level. We will be attached to the people who make us feel at home. We will be stuck in our ideas, our emotional habits, our jobs, our bodies. We will be afraid to change because we fear the experiences of instability, but we should help in a way that does not bind us to lower vibrations. That is, we should give what we expect to get ourselves, good or bad, in the same circumstances, and begin with the knowledge that all beings are equal. As long as we still believe that there are people who are greater or lesser than ourselves, we will tend to cling even more firmly to our usual vibrational level. We will be attached to the people who make us feel at home. We will be stuck in our ideas, our emotional habits, our jobs, our bodies. We will be afraid to change because we fear the experiences of instability. We should give what we ourselves expect to get, good or bad, in the same circumstances, and begin with the knowledge that all beings are equal. As long as we still believe that there are people who are greater or lesser than ourselves, we will tend to cling even more firmly to our usual vibrational level. We will be attached to the people who make us feel at home. We will be stuck in our ideas, our emotional habits, our jobs, our bodies. We will be afraid to change because we fear the experiences of instability. We should give what we ourselves expect to get, good or bad, in the same circumstances, and begin with the knowledge that all beings are equal. As long as we still believe that there are people who are greater or lesser than ourselves, we will tend to cling even more firmly to our usual vibrational level. We will be attached to the people who make us feel at home. We will be stuck in our ideas, our emotional habits, our jobs, our bodies. We will be afraid to change because we fear the experiences of instability greater or lesser than ourselves. We will tend to cling even more firmly to our usual vibrational level. We will be attached to the people who make us feel at home. We will be stuck in our ideas, our emotional habits, our jobs, our bodies. We will be afraid to change because we fear the experiences of instability greater or lesser than ourselves. We will tend to cling even more firmly to our usual vibrational level. We will be attached to the people who make us feel at home. We will be stuck in our ideas, our emotional habits, our jobs, our bodies. We will be afraid to change because we fear the experiences of instability that we have when trying to reach a higher level. We will be afraid of falling to a lower level if we give up our usual stability. Once you begin to behave knowing that no being is greater or lesser than you, then you are free to shift, for you will feel stable no matter what level you are on. You will feel calm and sure of yourself with or without a body, with or without a job, brain, a book to read or a book to write. When we divert our awareness from the expansion of others and direct our attention to the contraction of others, we bind ourselves to the world of matter. It is reassuring to know that this process, the reason why we were incarnated in bodies in the first place, is also going on in our daily life, and it can be reversed very easily, right now. It is a pretty truth that the path that will free you from your physical plane anguish will also lead you to the highest spiritual attainment. And it's an easy way, no resistance. Point 10. What is real? The idea that we live in a universe of equal beings makes sense for all religions and can contain all metaphysical attitudes. It's the raft that's easiest for us to push off once we've reached the other shore that isn't a shore. It can teach us how to live on this plane, it can absorb our scientific knowledge, it can show how our physical existence is the expression of spiritual laws. It gives us an absolutely reliable understanding of what is true and what is real. Equal and unique living beings are all that is fully true and real in the universe. We are the universe. We experience the deepest meaning of reality only at the highest expansion in perfect love. At lower vibrational levels, we see other beings relating to one another in ways that are not entirely true and real. Let's take the people in an audience as an example from everyday life. People are real, but audience is the term for something that dissipates once people go home. In this sense, the audience is an illusion, a temporary, partial, and limited reality. It has no independent real existence. We can calculate a statistical probability of how the audience will behave, but each member is free to come and go as they please, just like the atoms that make up our bodies come and go. In this sense, we can also say that the physical universe, including our bodies, is an illusion. We are real, the beings participating in the universe, we, the particles in the atom, the energy and space beings, all are real, all are equal, all are of one and the same kind. But the relationships, groupings, and clusters as we see them from any vibrational level are illusory. Just as the audience is made up of people, illusions arise from real beings. In fact, there is no other way to create an illusion than using what is real, there is no other material for it. However, we should be speaking of a secondary reality rather than calling the world illusory, which could easily be taken as license for theft or other unloving behavior, and which will only annoy you when you feel stuck where you are. The world is real enough when we vibrate within a certain range, but only as long as we do. Facts are limited truths. What matters is how relationships between others look to us when we have limited our own awareness and love, or when they have done so to theirs. But facts have their origin in reality. We may have only a limited view of the beings involved in what we see as matter, but these beings are real, they are self-determined and they act in harmony. However, we don't need facts to be wise and caring. At different vibrational levels, different sets of facts are real. The truth is the same for everyone, the facts are always a little different for everyone. Facts are certainly fascinating, like gossip, who does what to whom, what does what. Facts can be accumulated endlessly. Sometimes we feel like if we just had enough of these together we could find the truth. Sometimes we try madly to negate them, even when we're tied to a vibrational level, from which they will not disappear. Illusions and facts are reliable to the extent that they contain truth within them, but they are also to some extent deceptive. Deceptions are negations of the truth. When we use the physical plane to negate a higher reality, we are deluding ourselves. But if we deny the reality that lies in the material world, we are deluding ourselves as well. We cannot rise above the physical plane by denying its reality, we must love it and affirm the reality of the living beings that compose it. Some of us get discouraged in our spiritual endeavors because enlightenment experiences don't always help us to better handle the facts of our physical existence. Maybe we just get more confused. An LSD trip can show us how hazy the world is, and then we get upset because the harsh reality of the mass level is still there when we come down. Enlightenment experiences can assist in dealing with facts by showing you that you are a fully free-floating whatever, capable of existing at many different vibrational levels both inside and outside the physical plane. Once you know that the facts will be different at each level, you will be less tempted to fight the facts at any particular level. The more your awareness opens, the more able you will be to choose the level you desire, and the happier you will be dealing with facts. There is no being in the universe more powerful than you, but there are no less powerful either. That should be your starting point in all your behavior towards other people. I often say to myself, may my endeavors not attempt to contradict the necessary laws of our relationships as equal beings. A long sentence, but I'll say it. Since every being is self-determining, you cannot, and do not have to, change anyone's vibrational level against their will. In reality, you cannot harm or help others without their willingness to play the game, nor can anyone harm or help you without your consent. Your perception of others is actually colored by your own limited vibrations, before you have reached the higher levels, and therefore you cannot know exactly what it is that you are trying to change. On the other hand, you are in complete control of your own vibrational level, and that is all the freedom you need to control your own relationships and experiences. You are free to be anywhere in the world that is now your reality. And beyond that, you are able to be with anyone you choose, anytime, any vibratory level, any system. No matter how trapped you feel, how low you feel from one day to the next, it doesn't affect your basic freedom. If you look at your surroundings now, you may see a great deal of reality that makes you feel safe, even if it hurts you or you're sick of it. It's okay if you hold on to it as long as you make up your mind. Nothing unexpected will happen to you just because you have read how free you are. However, you are never alone. At any time there are many beings who are aware of you, love you, and are ready to make you feel whenever you are ready to open yourself up to this experience, that will keep you from going too deep and that will encourage you to love yourself. The world you see is actually a reality of agreement. In a sense, the universe will compassionately accommodate anything and everything you need at the moment to work out your preferences. You have an infinite choice of worlds to live in. You are also free to live according to many different cosmic ideas. The fact that you have choices doesn't make any of them any less valid. You may live in a universe in which a god is at the head of a hierarchy that reaches down to souls in outer darkness. Or in a materialistic world where there is no life after death, just a total annihilation of everything past. Maybe you have a heaven and a hell. Whatever vibration you choose, whatever vibration you feel is right for you, you will attune to and stabilize with others who believe the same. On the space plane, like usually attracts like. You can attune your vibrations to Christ consciousness or Buddha consciousness and experience sublime compassion. You can tune into black magic and live in a world of ghostly forms and violent forces. You can tune into Mickey Mouse or Mr. Natural in the cosmic comic book. You can become one with the Divine Mother and dwell in incredible sensual luxury. You can have all of these experiences and more by meditating or taking psychedelics. You may not remember this book then, but you will be able to remember 2 words, no resistance. If anything, these 2 words apply with far greater importance on those planes than on this one. Remember them especially when you die. Since we can't get anywhere faster or for as long as our love takes us, and since we must first love where we are, something needs to be said about not being too ambitious about the infinite possibilities. But it is nice to know that there is more to it than what you are seeing right now, and that you can experience your current reality at much more intense levels of pleasure and well-being. Point 11. How to attain it. There are many ways to enlightenment. Some of us, having attained a certain degree of enlightenment in our expansion, have thereafter preached the dogmatic certainty of a particular path. But enlightenment doesn't care how you achieve it. And if you don't think about it in paradise, don't worry about it now. My suggestions are only intended to show you, which is why you actually have to do it yourself. Assume what you know and know to be true. My own attitude, arrived at through excess work and doubt, is that I will not settle for any path that is difficult for most people as I know them, or perhaps many more. Life makes it impossible to develop higher. I myself must choose the path that is accessible to everyone. When I have gotten there, whether through LSD or other means, I find myself returning to help those who are not spiritual athletes. As I walk the path open to all, I know that those who have fallen behind do so of their own free will and that I need not come back again. Just as there is perfect enlightenment, so there is a perfect means of attaining enlightenment, a simple path, available to every being in the universe at any time. Love is the perfect vehicle to enlightenment. It is accessible to every being at all times. Nothing and no one has the power to stand in its way. And once you've decided to choose the path that's available to all, then you've got it, you're on the path that's available to all. This book revolves around the hypothesis in the first paragraph of the first chapter, but I want to make it clear that many times I have actually been in all of these discussed states of consciousness, as have many other people. I don't just guess. Only a breath separates us from these states. And often I even had to break away from this concept, therefore I can say with conviction, love beyond all reason, it is for sure. It's the only security. Love as much as you can, and when you are ready everything will be shown to you. The state of mind most in need of enlightenment is the one that sees people as in need of enlightenment and guidance. The sin that most needs to be loved and forgiven is the state of mind that sees human beings as sinners. Those of us who get a flash of space through an emphasis on the negative may try to console us with the fact that we're on a bodhisattva trip and coming down to help others, but then we should examine our motives even more critically. All who allow others to treat them as spiritual guides have a responsibility to ask themselves, why, of all the perceptions available to me in the universe, do I emphasize the ignorance of those around me? What am I looking for in a role in which this really is? What standards do I set that by them so many people seem to be in need while I am the enlightened one? These questions hit me like a thunderbolt, and this is one way I could answer them for myself. Everything that happens in your body happens on an infinite array of vibrational levels. If you love your lack of information more than I love this knowledge, then you are on a higher level than me. There's no outward clue at all that could show me how much you love you because I see you from the limited perspective of my own vibrations. In that sense, what I see is myself. However confused, stupid, or unloving other people may seem to us, we have no right ever to assume that their consciousness vibrates at a lower level than our own. You could realize much more extensive dimensions of love. The way we see them is a small scale of our own vibrational level. The very people we now see as vulgar, unenlightened, stupid, sidetrackers, and lunatics, these very people are our tickets to paradise when we learn to love them and all the feelings we have for them. And that's all we have to do, love her. We may or may not express this love as we will, and in what way we want. But we must see and love them as they are now, just as we must love ourselves as we are now. Let us remember that all are some sort of opposite of what they have insisted on in the past or what they might be in the future. As long as we think of ourselves as finite beings, we are all equally distant from the center, whether we are good or bad, sane or confused. When a person has attained some higher level awareness and knows that he is free to be anywhere in the universe, he may seek justification to participate in a physical plane game. The most flattering way for him to describe his need is to see himself as a savior, an agent of enlightenment, purity, and virtue. No one, not even himself, will doubt his motives and accomplishments. Isn't he doing exactly what he claims to be doing? If others fail to reach his height, that's not his fault, and so he keeps the game going forever. It always renews itself as long as he is not willing to see that it is his own vibrations that so accentuate the evil and ignorance he finds everywhere. The more he hates evil, the more evil there will be to hate. The more he advises people to resist the material world, the more he binds them to it. And even these remarks are the result of my own resistance to the fallacy of resisting evil. This is a perfect example of that we are always guilty of what we condemn in others. What we see is always ourselves. There is no use trying to improve anyone's behavior. If he knew what he was doing, he wouldn't do it, certainly, but he is as capable of knowing as we are. If he doesn't see it of his own free will, is he more likely to do so if we tell him? By denying him his freedom to be on the wrong track, we are on the wrong track ourselves. Allowing others the freedom to be stupid is one of the most important and difficult steps on the road to spiritual advancement. How convenient that we have the opportunity to take this step all around us every day. Those of us who claim having a greater knowledge than our fellow human beings and reporting more enlightened experiences have more to explain precisely because they know more. This book is the description and correction of my own ignorance. And beyond the information given in it, I'm trying to show how a person can deal with experiences like mine without imposing alien trips on those around them. Whenever we pass on what is shown to us, we must do so with the same all-encompassing love with which it was shown to us. We are only facilitators of spiritual joy, and in order to continue having it we need only be open facilitators. If we keep looking at the higher light, our view of those around us will become distorted, like looking at the sun. But if we let the light shine over our shoulders, if it penetrates us, we will see the beauty of others, we will open ourselves to the light that shines through all forms and see the glory of creation. And I say it often, thank you, brothers and sisters, for letting my consciousness be in this place. As long as we have enough humility and pride to act on the knowledge that we exist in infinite harmony, that we are neither greater nor less than others, we can enjoy exquisite spiritual riches and pleasures. Let each gem remind you of the diamond-like light of love. Know that the most insignificant kindness is a facet in the infinite jewel of enlightenment. 12. A fable. Once upon a time there was an old king, who lived in a palace. In the center of a golden table in the great hall sparkled and flashed a great, beautiful jewel. During the life of this king, the stone shone more and more resplendent day by day. One day a thief stole the stone, ran out of the palace with it and hid in the forest. As he looked at the stone, his heart trembling with joy, to his great astonishment the face of the king appeared in it. "I came to thank you," said the king. "You have broken my bond with the earth. I had thought I would be liberated when I acquired the stone, but then realized that I would only be liberated if I gave it to someone else with a pure heart. Every day of my life I polished this stone until finally the day dawned when it became so beautiful that you stole it, and I passed it on and am redeemed. The gem you now hold in your hands is the stone of understanding. Neither by hiding it and only hinting that you own it, nor by displaying it with vanity, can you add to its beauty. His beauty comes from the awareness that others have of him. Honor those who give it beauty." https://www.2google.com/0012yy. Without something wouldn't even be nothing. The philosophy behind physics. Why isn't nothing? It is undisputed that there is nothing, because otherwise we would not be here either. However, since something is there, there has never been absolutely nothing, because if there had ever been absolutely nothing, it would always have stayed that way, because then of course there would not have been a mechanism that could ever have changed this state. Because even the slightest mechanism would already be more than nothing. A something was therefore always there, because if this something had come into existence, there would have been nothing before it came into being and, for lack of a possibility of change, it would always have stayed that way. But why hasn't nothing happened without exception and always stayed that way? Well, where would there have been nothing without exception? Invariably nothing, the absence of everything, does not contain a dimension from which it could have been absent, because a dimension would already be more than nothing. And when would there have been absolutely nothing? Of course, absolutely nothing does not include a time in which everything could have been absent, because a time would also already be more than nothing. There could never have been absolutely nothing theoretically, because a theory would also be more than nothing. In general, there has never been a state of nothing without exception, the absence of everything, because an absence would also be more than nothing. What could have been absent relative to what, and when and where? Then the cat bites its tail. Without exception, nothing has never been possible. A something has always been there, because without something there wouldn't even be anything. This something causes an error in nothing and thereby causes the existence of an erroneous nothing. By faulty we don't mean wrong or defective, but an exception to the rule. Page 1 of 72kugel.com. Something and nothing. The something, a single, unintentional, meaning-free something was always there. Always there because in timelessness the moment is also eternity. The totality of everything that exists is based on this something. According to the principle of relativity, without a reference point, this something is both there and not there. It fluctuates, in rhythm without a time arrow. The fluctuation causes an irregularity in the theoretical absoluteness of the nothing and thereby also enables a real existence of a nothing. The nothing only exists in connection with a something. Without this something there would not even be nothing. The nothing, infinitely many theoretical possibilities. However, only one of the infinitely many theoretical possibilities actually exists in practice, namely this something. For if that something did not exist as a possibility in practice, no further theoretical possibilities could ever become practically possible. Unless theoretical possibilities could become practically possible, they would not exist in theory either. It wouldn't even be nothing then. Something and nothing are therefore the lowest common denominator. Smaller would be less than nothing, so the lowest common denominator also includes everything. And that's how we see it too. In both the micro, meso, and macrocosm we observe a mixture of something and nothing. Lowest common denominator. Duality, everything is dual, something/nothing. Complementarity, something is the opposite of nothing, nothing is the opposite of something. A something causes an irregularity in nothing and thereby causes the foundation of the basic principle, imperfection. The something cannot withdraw itself from the principle it causes and is therefore also imperfect. Nothing carries a something as its opposite, something carries a nothing as its opposite. Both cause an irregularity in the regularity of the other. The duality as complementarity, the duality is complementary, roughly symbolized in the yin-yang. The nothing carries a something, the something carries a nothing. A something is the exception to nothing, a nothing is the exception to something. Whatever happens after the Big Bang will be imperfect, because its lowest common denominator is already imperfect. That's why nothing can ever be perfect. Everything remains imperfect. From the smallest to the largest, everything remains flawed. By defective is not meant wrong or defective, but an exception to the rule, an irregularity in regularity, an asymmetry in symmetry, an imperfection in perfection, a fluctuation in vibration, an indeterminateness in certainty, an inaccuracy or blurring or to the point, a disorder in the order. Imperfection is the basis of everything. Page 2 of 72kugel.com. Why one an absolutely perfect nothing, the absence of everything, cannot be, because what should be relative to what should be absent and when and where. Nothing is not something that can be, because being able would already be more than nothing, quote Harold Lesch, astrophysicist. Something has always been there. This something causes an error in the absolute and thereby necessitates the existence of an imperfect nothing, for otherwise the something would be absolute. Without nothing, something would be both infinitely large and infinitely dense. Imperfection as a fundamental principle. Why 3 the something cannot withdraw itself from its self-caused principle and is therefore also imperfect. Why 4 compatibility, nothing with a something as an exception, something with a nothing as an exception. Why 5 the basic principle, imperfection, the defectiveness, goes in circles. The faulty is sometimes up, then down again, sometimes back, then front again, sometimes right, then left again. Why 6 chance makes its mistakes in wave movements. Once more, then less again, sometimes earlier, then again later. Sometimes banal, sometimes basic. Imperfection is the basis of everything that is. The proliferation of mistakes causes diversity, because no mistake is like another. Mistakes therefore dominate our entire life and cause the diversity in our lives, because no mistake is like another. By error is not meant wrong or defective, but an imperfection in perfection. Page 3 of 72kugel.com. Why? I am omnipotence, imperfection. Nothing can bend me, not even myself. Imperfection is the most fundamental of all natural laws. It can be empirically proven at any time and any place as often as you like. It was omnipotent even before the Big Bang and will always stand above all other laws of nature, including our lives. Their omnipotence forces us to make mistakes again and again in our daily lives. That means, the more we organize our lives, the more disorder forces itself into order so that order remains imperfect. Nothing can prevent that. Whole. The fatality of perfection without exception. Simplified symbolism. You dig a hole in a field of snow and use the snow to build a snowman. The snowman is happy that he is standing in a flawless snow field. But then he sees the hole. In order to create a perfect world for himself, he begins to repair the hole. Since the snowman itself is the material he needs to fix the bug in the snowfield, he starts destroying himself. With the urge for perfection, suffering came into his world. Mensch imprint, Badhofer Stare Austria Badhofer.at Stare, 0808-2021. This text is error-free. Exceptions prove the rule. Adobe Print version 2kugel.com/nichts.pdf. Page 4 of 7 2kugel.com. Cause and effect. The further course is then only a symptom. Before the snowman has destroyed itself, it will dig several holes and build small snowmen in order to preserve its kind. When they grow up, they are happy to be standing in a perfect field of snow, but then they see the holes. In order to create a perfect world for themselves, they start repairing the holes. Since the snowmen themselves are the material they need to repair the damage in the snow field, they start destroying themselves. Not all snowmen will self-destruct. Some will attack other snowmen to get the snow they need to improve their world. These will defend, organize, arm and go to war. Many snowmen will die as a result. They will establish religions and sanctify war to justify their deaths, and this sequence of events turns the entire snowfield into chaos with one exception. And all that because the first snowman wanted the snowfield to be as it would be if he weren't there, and as a result the constant desire to improve became a purpose in life. He could design the entire snowfield, but he still wanted it to be perfect. With the urge for perfection, suffering came into his world. This lasts until the first snowman realizes that nothing can be perfect. The decrease in the order of the snowfield contrasts with the increase in order in the snowman's consciousness. To put it simply, the more the chaos in the snowfield increases, the more the snowman realizes that he cannot fix the original mistake. This system runs like a red thread through all areas of our existence. The snowman's actions are universally symbolized and can be applied to anything in modern times. E.g. politics, economy, science, engineering and technology, administration, bureaucracy, religion, medicine, health system, school, university, education, sport, finance, optimize and globalize, tradition etc. If you relate this story to yourself, you can see his imperfect life. All attempts to prevent with targeted errors remain ineffective. Chance picks up its own mistakes by accident, because it was the same with the causal. The something is also randomly placed in the nothing due to non-existent placement criteria. Page 5 of 7 2kugel.com. It is undisputed that there is nothing, because otherwise we would not be here either. We're here, there's no denying it. Yes, but who are we really? We, that something, are the exception in the void. We are there because there is no other possibility than to be there, because if we weren't there, there wouldn't even be anything. But why are we alive? Life is the exception in the lifeless. Without life there is no life, without life there is no something, without something there is nothing. Without us there wouldn't even be anything. And where are we from? We've always been there, but we're not aware of it. And what are we doing here? We are here to make ourselves aware. In us and around us any number of possibilities with which we can become aware. Nobody is like another. Therefore, everyone can only be aware of their own possibilities. Of course not perfectly. And where are we going next? We always stay there, but we don't know that yet. Nothing and nobody can be irrevocably lost, because even the lifeless cannot eliminate its exception, life. If the lifeless were to remedy life, it would thereby remedy itself. But who are we really? This question remains unanswered. Even self-knowledge remains imperfect forever. Asterisk. Nothing can be error-free, because the something already causes an error in the nothing in the causal. Imperfection is therefore the basic principle of all beings. The whole is an exception to this rule. As a whole, all beings are absolute. If the details weren't flawed, the whole couldn't be perfect. That's what the principle demands. The more intelligently you perfect something, the more primitive mistakes chance makes in the details so that the whole can remain perfect. That's the principle. Only through our mistakes are we perfect. Therefore causality cannot be perfect either. The something is both there and not there in the absence of a reference point. It fluctuates in beat perfectly, with one exception. A fluctuation happened to be out of step. The something was there again, although it wasn't gone yet, symbolically. The collision with itself as the Big Bang. The Big Bang had no causal cause. A fluctuation happened randomly, because the causality is not absolute either, spontaneous coincidences. But coincidence cannot be perfect either. The imperfection of chance makes free will possible. From the point of view of causality, a free decision is a consciously brought about coincidence and thus a faulty coincidence. Therefore, the less we fix what happened to us by chance, both the good and the bad, the freer our will is, because simply not fixing the accident brings freedom into our lives. Because causality is not absolute either, spontaneous coincidences. But coincidence cannot be perfect either. The imperfection of chance makes free will possible. From the point of view of causality, a free decision is a consciously brought about coincidence and thus a faulty coincidence. Therefore, the less we fix what happened to us by chance, both the good and the bad, the freer our will is, because simply not fixing the accident brings freedom into our lives. Because causality is not absolute either, spontaneous coincidences. But coincidence cannot be perfect either. The imperfection of chance makes free will possible. From the point of view of causality, a free decision is a consciously brought about coincidence and thus a faulty coincidence. Therefore, the less we fix what happened to us by chance, both the good and the bad, the freer our will is, because simply not fixing the accident brings freedom into our lives. The more we live with chance, the more freedom our life gives us. Page 6 of 72kugel.com. The motionless mover. The principle of relativity. Every uniform straight-line movement is relative and can only relate to one reference point. Galileo Galilei, something can refer neither to a beginning nor to an end, because it has always been there and will always be there. The something has no point of reference. A property of something could actually not be defined at all if it weren't for the principle of relativity, which says, a movement can only relate to one point of reference. Since the something cannot be related to anything, it cannot move, since it could only move relative to a reference point, so let's establish a property, the something is motionless. On the other hand, the something can't just be motionless, since it could also only be motionless relative to a reference point, so let's specify another property, the something moves. Without a reference point, the something is both moving and moving. The missing reference point equals the motionless mover. The original size, since the something without a reference point cannot have a fixed size, a specific size can also only be relative to a reference size, e.g. a scale, be present, it is both small and large at the same time. Time, the same applies to time. Without a temporal reference point, e.g. a clock, it is not possible to assign something to a specific time, which means, the something therefore exists both in every moment and in all eternity. This is the case in timelessness, because in timelessness the moment is also eternity. The something is simultaneously both, small and large, space, moving and still, energy, instantaneous and eternal, time. The something moves relative to itself. It thus carries all energy in the form of kinetic energy. It must, of course, because the conservation of energy has always been there, because if it had arisen, it would have already been broken by its arising. Also, the kinetic energy for after the Big Bang carries all mass as a possibility with the factor C2. The philosophy behind the physics, and if you want to look at it philosophically, relativity itself is this something that fluctuates, because without a reference point it is both existent and non-existent. Both relatively and absolutely. But not without exception, because relativity causes an error in nothing and therefore cannot escape its self-caused principle, imperfection. The question of why relativity is the way it is and not in any other way remains unanswered. The imperfection does not involve a final answer. Can we live without having a final answer? Page 7 of 72kugel.com. https://badhofer.it/. Mensch 2001. Nature has been playing the same game with us for almost forever. With us humans, our predecessors, and the predecessors of the predecessors and their predecessors. At the beginning of the 21st century there is enough knowledge to complete the now almost eternal cycle. But who is in a position to set the course for this? It is in the nature of things that there are no well-trodden paths for an opportunity that has never existed before. Also, it's not really within anyone's competence. There is also no really urgent need for action. Should we perhaps keep making this game, which is actually not a game at all, for a few more generations? Not an easy decision. Life develops in all areas to their limit. In order to recognize the limit, it must be crossed. You can tell whether you've crossed a line or not by the fact that with every step you take forward, you fall back a step in another area. Believe in this humanity. Imprint, Badhofer Stare Austria Max Stupid 2kugl. Eternal Baptism.